bienvenidos de nuevo al día noveno, al resumen diario del día noveno en este Campeonato Europeo de Parapente 2024 en Pegalajar. Mi nombre es Javier García, encantado de contaros cómo ha ido hoy el día.
Hello and welcome to the 9th day of the European Paragliding Championships in Pegalajar. This is the resumen of the day of the 9th task, Friday, and as you can probably see from my hair and my computer, it's very, very windy. So, today we had a short live broadcast. We'll tell you more about that in a minute. We are actually recording this 8 o'clock summary because it's very windy and there are storm clouds brewing. It's probably not going to storm here, but we didn't want to take a chance. So we're recording this. We will not have goal interviews for you tonight. We will have other videos after this, so stay tuned. In other news, tomorrow's broadcast schedule will change slightly. We will be live as usual half an hour before race start. An hour before that, hopefully we will bring you this recap, as well the videos that we're going to grab, and then interviews. We don't know. There might be an alternative video instead. Stay tuned and you will find out more. And tomorrow evening there won't be a resume because we need to prepare for the prize giving ceremony which we're hosting. So we'll do kind of a recap of the competition at the end of our live broadcast tomorrow.
Yep. So now, recapping a bit the results yesterday's, what can I tell you?
So the results yesterday, just so that you know what we started with today, was after 8 tasks we've got 2 complete discarded tasks. And coming into the task this morning, first overall was Maxime Pinot, followed by Sebas Ospina, Honor Almand, Tilen Segla and Darko Stankowski. In the women it was Constance Metetal, Eri Aiga and Anka Tavera. And in the nation ranking, it was Great Britain maintained its first place, followed by France, then Slovenia, Austria and Germany.
Well, yes, very fast, talking about some issues that we had yesterday regarding them. Yesterday we can say it was the incident day. You know, we had 3 reserve launchings and that all of them they finished with the best situation that we can expect, that nobody was injured at all. We had a collision in the air, which were deployed there, and then pilots were fine. And third one, just because a massive collide, it also finished with no more consequences. And also we had Jeremy Gassai with an anaphylactic shock in a moment that it forced him to land and then needed to be attended very quickly. But also today he was here with us, showing himself that he was completely recovered from that.
He was flying today. He decided to be in the air.
That is the best of any news that we can have.
One consequence of the mid-air collision was that when we actually saw the video, it turned out that Robert Berg, the Polish pilot who had the mid-air with Marco from Serbia, he actually had a collapse and went into full stall and started back flying, and that's when he hit Marco. And normally these things, when 2 pilots collide, it's kind of an accident, it's a shame, and there's no point implication. But in this instance, Marco, because he was flown into and had to pull his reserve, there is precedent for this in other competitions, but what happened was that the race direction decided that they would take the average of the low average of the points who were around him at the time, who got to goal, and they would award Marco those points. So Marco was given 860 points towards his score, so he doesn't have a 0 day.
Alright, so finally also we needed to deal with it was a resolution after this complaint coming from the pilot Pet Kostrom, but he involved another 5 pilots because this aggressive piloting, with the result only in a warning to the Joachim Overhauser. That was it. I mean, even the mid director mentioned that in his opinion wasn't about aggressive flying, it was about a mistake in the air, that it could happen to anyone.
Yep. Correct.
So now just moving forwards about the weather condition, we could say that more or less was really accurate as expected, mainly the yesterday task, and then how the task it was this really quickly pentagon almost shape, and then
Yeah, that was yesterday's task.
That was yesterday?
So today's task, basically it was forecast windy, So it was set as basically a straight line. There was only one turn point, and the turn point was just to steer people into goal at the end. So it was an 82-kilometre downwind dash in what was predicted to be windy conditions with possible overdevelopment in the mountains. There was one odd turn point that lots of people were very confused about.
Yeah.
Because it seemed to be totally pointless. The only reason it was there was to force the pilots into turn direction. So today was an odd day. If you remember, even days are right-hand turn, odd days are left-hand turn. So because there's been complaints about aggressive flying and people not respecting turn direction, normally this prescribed turn direction is only before the race start. So once they exit the cylinder, they can start turning in whatever direction they want. Obviously, pilots entering the thermal have to respect the direction that the person who found the thermal has established. But for safety reasons, they decided today to have a rule change, and until they reached the edge of that turn point, it was massive, they had to go left. That was the rule. And even outside the start, it didn't matter if you were totally on your own, because people might have joined you. You had to turn left until that point.
That was it. That was the rule. And yes, it was like that. And finally, this turn point. And then the funny thing, or the really beautiful thing, also this final 3 kilometers glide towards an airport that they usually use when they speak with the personnel there, and they close the airport for the competition. But because the forecast and the expectation, there's a forecast about the clouds and the wind, nobody today was landing in this goal, but just the people from the mid director or people there waiting for the pilot to come. But that never happened, and that is why finally the task after. Well, we will come to that later, but nobody made it because the task was to stop. So we're going to start talking what happened just from the start. I think that the main important thing is nobody was able to reach a reasonably good altitude from the very beginning.
No, they didn't. They struggled a bit at the start. Race start was at 2:30. Because they expected it to be so fast, they expected only an hour and a half to do the task. The deadline for the task was 5 o'clock. So the start, they did their usual. Pilots were advised to launch early because they were expecting the wind to pick up significantly. We noticed it in our booth that the wind was steadily picking up. So they were encouraged to launch early, and one of the most surprising things was that before the race got going, Freddy Vogel, number 5 in the rankings, bombed and went down within the start section, but not in the official bomb out field. So then they set off in big gaggles, as they usually do, and
Well, basically after that, the first thing that surprised, it was just Julian Wirth just from the very beginning. Apparently was the man of the day, just pushing hard just from the start in different part of the race. But even so, some scattered pilot again from the north and from the south. A few pilots, Richard Meek, thank you, was towards the mountain on the right, where they were expecting maybe, thanks to that cloud, to have better condition. And on the other side, Pepe Malecki, usually he goes also away, and he was with another pilot. Abel Varga was with him, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And but those pilots on the east side, they were struggling. Eventually, one of those landed, and we couldn't keep tracking too much on this guy. I always forget his name. Sorry. And but finally, Pepe Malecki eventually was caught, or he decided to join the main group. That main group was led by Julian Wirth all the way. In the meantime, they were moving ahead, and I could say it was a moment when they were reaching Úbeda or so, they were going high, still were drifting more or less okay, and then changing the drift because they were at the beginning going southwest and then gently just going more in the right direction. but I think it was after Torre Perugil or something like it. They were around 1700 or so on Oran, and all the French pilots that were together also pushing ahead. And there was a moment in no time from 1700, and minutes later there were 3,500 meters or so. It was like this, and a few later is when we knew through the meet director that something has changed today.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of things to mention beforehand. One was that we were looking back along the course line and we could see Sebas Ospina and Petra Slivova climbing or circling together, but really far back. And Rui Aguiar, the Task 1 winner as well. Sebas eventually went down. Petra managed to escape. But in another part of the race, also quite far back, we could see Maxime Pinot at 68 meters above ground level, and we were thinking this could be it for him, but he often pulls it out of the bag. And Abel Varga and Yasin Savov were with him as well, a little bit higher. They were about 150 meters. All three managed to climb out. Maxime Best, he managed to then start gliding back towards the gaggles in front of him, but Yasin was stuck for a very long time on that, because Anka Tabera also joined them.
Exactly.
And eventually Abel made his move, but Yasin and Anka were there for ages. Ages trying to climb out. Yeah. So past Ubeda, they finally, Pepe Malecki, Julian Wirtz, Pierre Remy, Stefan Morgenthaler got over 2,000. But then we started getting lots of videos from the ground, from goals, seeing these huge clouds, and people were still calling level 1, but you could feel that Inigo was starting to get concerned. And the videos that were showing, I mean, it was pretty black skies or dark skies. So as these images were coming through, Luke was making a break, followed by Jose Jimenez Belda, and then the climbs started getting big. So Philippe Haag, Luke and Honorat reached more than 3,000 meters. In fact, they got to about 3,600, I think.
Very quickly, I must say.
And so we were like, wow, they're getting really high, and this is going to be the deciding factor of the race. And then
they stopped the task. So now to talk about how that it works, you know, those rules, because the task actually would stop exactly at 15:56. But it's something the rules about this. It means that in order to not give any advantage to any pilot, when the task is announced to every pilot that the task is a stop, they take in account 5 minutes behind. So it's not they go back to, because it could happen that when they tell you, or even you're thinking is about to happen, you take the advantage to keep pushing, and then they say, okay, that was it. So for nobody be able to have any advances, when they say now is time to stop, they go 5 minutes back in time, and then from that is when they're going to do the scoring. Just notice that when the task is to stop, it's not allowed to keep flying. Ideally, what you have to do is just to fly to find as soon as possible a safe place where to go landing. It's pointless just to stay in the air, because there's nothing else to do but go for landing. This is it.
Yeah, so the scoring for this evening, we will not bring you unofficial results now, because there's other factors to consider in a stop task, so please have a look at the official rules this evening when they're published. Should be, well, officially it's around 9, they have to be published, because also there has to be time for people to submit any complaints. Just on that rule change for today, in terms of that turn direction, it's not, the organisation isn't going to check people's track logs. It's only going to be enforced if there's a complaint by pilots.
Exactly.
So if somebody did the turn direction wrong, there may be complaints, we don't know yet. So we'll have to see if there's any warnings tomorrow, or if everybody behaved themselves. But yeah, so we're not going to bring you any unofficial results. Just check the official ones when they're released this evening.
So just after then we're finishing this daily summary, we're going to leave you with also a MIG director video that is going also to explain why he actually came up with this decision stopping the task, so better you to understand what exactly happened. And I think just from our part, that's going to be from today. So really looking forward just for tomorrow for this final 10-day final task. So see you tomorrow then.
Tune in tomorrow. Bye for now.
Hello, it's Ed Ewing from Cross Country Magazine here at the goal on task 9. Pilots are coming in from there and the sky is looking fantastic. They're going to come downwind across those hills. They've got to go out to a turn point over there just past that little factory. And the thing is, the sky is building behind us. You can see big clouds. That's why they called a short task today. So we're hoping that the leaders will get in. The back markers might not make it before 5.
This is the cloud, the sky, looking back to Pegalajar. And now, on the direction of the task, the storm was after the goal, but we decided to stop the task to be safe. So all pilots are now landing or trying to find a good place, a safe place to land.
So I'm here with Lewis Tapper. Lewis, you're like a top-level pilot. You've been with us most of the week, flying with the tasks, and I would like to tap into your expertise to talk to me about the final day and what you think is going to happen and how the tactics are going to play out generally.
Yeah, it's been an amazing week. I can't remember a competition like this where we've flown 10 tasks and almost 1,000 kilometres. So it's been a privilege to be able to fly with the best in the world here and film them. It's been very exciting getting footage at the end of the day and then seeing that materialise on the screen. But today everything is to play for. There's very little space between the top competitors.
Let me just do a quick recap so that people know how close it actually is. So amongst the men, Maxime leads with 6,234 points. Honorat is 14 points behind him. He's being chased by Sebas Ospina from Britain, who's only 9.7 points behind. Tilen Segler from Slovenia is 1.4 points behind Sebas, and Darko Stankovski from Macedonia is only 5.7 points behind. So there's a tiny amount of points that separates them, and there could be a change on the podium this evening.
Yeah, so there's a real tension between the individual results and the team. Obviously, France messed up a couple of days ago and put themselves in a hole. So I think they're 150 points behind.
Yeah, I can tell you how many in the nation ranking. So in the nation ranking, Britain leads by 150 points ahead of France, and Slovenia is only 28.9 points behind France. Germany's got a bit more to do. They're 114 points behind Slovenia, and then Austria's only 4.2 behind them.
Right, so it's pretty close.
Yeah.
So it's Britain's to lose today, and France is to win. Look, this place is a real game of rhythm, and yesterday we found that with the start of the race. It was quite slow, difficult slow climbs, especially low down, and then it was fast as we went into the convergence, and we're flying closer into the where the convergence ultimately stopped us in the overdevelopment. I've seen the French very well positioned. Their domestic, I guess, pilots like Luke, really pushing and getting into those strong climbs and pushing at the right time. I saw them covering off moves to the left with Julian Rintz, and just I think everyone in good positions. So it'll be interesting to see what the tactics are today. And what we've got today is we've got a west to northwest wind, depending on the level you're at. So slightly northwest as most days at low level, but as you get higher, it's getting into a westerly. So that's going to help us on the downwind leg, heading towards the east. They've set a task out in the flats because there's a fairly major convergence line out to the east and the south of us, which they think is going to overdevelop. So we're trying to stay away from that. So it'll be interesting. We've got more crosswind than we've had in previous days, and it'll be interesting to see the positioning and the jockeying of covering people off.
Do you think there's going to be a tension between Honorant and Maxime for first place, and that'll have an influence on the team result, or how do you see that playing out?
I don't know. I can't read their head, but I do know that there is the team has been created around those two, and I know those two guys. They really want to win for their individual, but the French, a fair bit of points are behind, so they're going to have to pull off something quite special today to make that work.
Okay, so tell me about Sebas. Sebas is at the moment in third place, but not by much.
Yes.
He can easily be hunted down by both Thielen and Darko.
Yeah, so we've got more of a cohesive team in the French. Britain have got also quite a cohesive team, but not as many as attackers as what the French have got, and ability to control. All week, Seb and Dylan have been very well placed in the gaggle. So it'll be interesting to see what their tactics are, whether they're actually going to go for it and push and risk it all, or go for the team spot and secure that.
Macedonia lost their team leader, Martin, who's normally absolutely critical to their team. Darko's really having to do it on his own there. But, I mean, he's certainly in the race for the podium places. Yeah, he pushed really hard yesterday, relatively early, and you saw him at the front there, and he's flying brilliantly. Good to see what he does as well, and Tillen's obviously a strong competitor, and you can't write him off either. No, I mean, Team Slovenia is doing really well, but Tillen is an individual pilot, isn't he?
Yes. So at this level, you really need to be part of a team and helping each other out and on radio, and communicating the climbs ahead, shifts in the gaggle and how that's moving. That's vitally important.
So how do you think the day is going to pan out then?
It's interesting. We've got a relatively late start, the 3:30, which is quite common for this area. It's a very late starting area, but you can fly till 8 o'clock at night, and very nice convergence. But I think the wind and where people attack and the rhythm of the day will be quite key in terms of where people push and where they hold.
In the meantime, just before we start?
Okay. Right. Well, thank you so much for your analysis. It's going to be an exciting day.
Yes.
And certainly looking forward to it. And you're going to be in the air for us, our eyes and ears and cameras.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some good positions in the air today for some good shots. I've got some amazing shots coming and dropping. Should be Monday, hopefully.
Your footage has been astounding. It's been really, really brilliant. It's. I mean, we were hoping that you would be able to broadcast from the air and we'd have live footage, but unfortunately, the signal here is just atrocious. Let's just be honest.
That was a challenge.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's been a challenge every day. I having to race to keep up, and then manage the camera. Yesterday, delete files off the memory card and manage things on my phone as I'm flying and trying to keep up with the best in the world. So that's been fun to do, and I've really enjoyed it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Cheers.
and welcome to the final day of the 17th European Paragliding Championships in Pegalajar, Spain. We've had 9 tasks, we're on the final day, and we'll have a 10th task. And I'm going to let you know about the broadcast schedule for today. We are going to be live for the next, half an hour, then it'll be race start, and then we will continue with the task. But there will be no evening summary today because we need to go and find out the results and then get ready for the closing ceremony and the prize giving. So I'm here today not with Javi. Javi will be here in a few minutes, but I'm here with Íñigo Redín.
Hola, hello.
How are you?
Yeah, good question. Bit stressed, but fine.
Okay.
Yes, because the championship is going really well, and we are happy, and that's it. Yes.
Great. So how has the task setting been for you? Has it been straightforward?
It was interesting. Not so hard. Yes, I expected. The task committee work really nice with us. We usually prepare one draft every day and then introduce them the draft. We present the meteo forecast, the weather forecast, and usually they don't make many changes. So it's nice. Around 30 or 40 minutes, and the task is ready usually.
Mm-hmm. And we've only had one stop task so far.
Yeah. Yesterday we had some problems because one cloud was overdeveloping at the end of the task after the goal, but we had to take care about that, and finally I decided to stop the task because I think it was the safest option.
So in total this week we'll have flown 963 kilometers.
Yeah,
Yep.
average. Huh?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yep. I think everybody was hoping that we would get to the magic number of 1,000 kilometers, but
It was an option, but we are setting the task day by day, so that's not our goal. So we decided to set the best possible task for each day, and we have to take into account that the pilots, not only the pilots, the people, the staff members are tired at this point of the championship, and so that in certain tasks we reduced the distance because we thought that it was best option, thinking on safety and tiredness of the pilots. And
you were the meet director of the Paragliding World Cup here in Pegalajar last year.
Yeah.
How has this competition differed from last year?
Well, maybe the level of the pilots is higher on the World Cup. There are more pilots that maybe they don't reach the minimum level to this kind of competition, maybe. And especially there is a big difference because here we have team leaders. It's a nations competition based on nations also, so we have to deal with different aspects that you don't need to think about during one World Cup. But regarding the rest of things, it's quite similar. Yeah.
And what's been the highlight of the competition this week or these 2 weeks for you?
The highlight. Well, we are tired. 10 days flying in a row is crazy. Furthermore, the rest day was again a flyable day. So yeah, it's crazy. If we add the training day, we could reach 12 days together in a row, and that's absolutely crazy. Here is usual we have good weather, but sometimes the wind could come from the southwest and strong wind, so you cannot set a task. But these days this didn't happen.
Okay, so tell me about today and the final task.
Okay, today we have delayed the task because we think it's better to wait to the best conditions over the flats, and we expected some overdevelopment in some zones. Sorry, but I'm the bid director and I need to check this phone call. Just a moment. This is live, no?
Yeah, this is live.
So this is a problems of the live stream. And yeah, finally we set a task close to this zone in the North Valley, over the flat zone, because we think this is the best option for today's weather forecast, because we are watching at the south some big clouds that could be overdeveloped. And yeah, finally, also, although we need a fast retrieval, because we have to take into account some timetable, special timetable, because it's the last day, and we need to give time for complaints, protests, and so on. So that's the best option, I think.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, things are very close between the overall top 5 and the teams as well. Everything could change today.
Yeah. Except the women,
No,
the
women,
ladies, the female, where Constance won. Yes, the winner could change the nations, everything. So it's quite interesting task. Yeah.
It's been a very exciting competition so far.
I hope so. We'll try to publish the scoring as soon as possible to satisfy your requirements.
Okay, well, I've never seen anybody quite as busy as I've seen you in the last 2 weeks. So we will let you go and get back to your telephone and your radio.
Yeah. Okay.
And hopefully we'll have a great and safe task today.
Okay, and thank you for this broadcasting, because they are amazing.
Thank you.
To you and Javi and the rest of the team that is doing this.
Great.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. And enjoy.
If you feeling, 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 if you feeling.
Esta vez en interior, porque estamos en la 9ª manga de este Campeonato de Europa de Pegalajar, Campeonato de Europa de parapente. Y hoy la manga ha sido una manga que hemos puesto 88 kilómetros de distancia, con gol en el aeródromo de Beas de Segura, pero la meteo nos ha jugado una mala pasada, y cuando iban los pilotos a unos 30 kilómetros de gol, aproximadamente 30-35, hemos tenido que cancelar la prueba, la hemos tenido que parar, porque por aquella zona había un desarrollo de nubes demasiado importante y claro, no íbamos a poner en peligro la integridad de los participantes. Así que se ha detenido a las 4 menos 5, y en ese momento es cuando los pilotos les hemos pedido que aterricen, que busquen un lugar seguro para aterrizar. Lo han hecho. Y nada, las clasificaciones darán menos puntos de lo habitual porque no se ha hecho la prueba completa, pero bueno, igualmente podemos contar como una manga más. Esta vez el ganador ha sido Julian Wirtz, y bueno, pues, al final ha sido otra manga que engrosa la lista de mangas que hemos volado en este campeonato. Mañana la última, que quizás sea una manga un poco cortilla, ya que tenemos que hacer la entrega de premios y todo lo demás, y esperemos que estéis ahí viéndolo.
Welcome back. I'm here with my partner in crime again, finally. Welcome to Javi.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Just I'm Javi Garcia, just willing just to have here for this final day. It's been a long competition, and we everybody can feel it. You know, it's that not only us, but every pilot and everybody. So, but here we are. Nevertheless, just ready to cover this final task because I think it's going to be a really exciting one.
It's on the edge of your seat stuff, and I'm not exaggerating because today everything could change in the general classification and in the nation scoring. The women's is decided. Constance cannot be beaten. Well, no, she can't be beaten.
No,
It's
no,
not
even
possible.
she drops it exactly. No,
The second place is pretty clear as well. It's the race for third place in the women's classification. But in the men's, well, we'll come to that in a minute, where we're at this morning with the scores. But let's recap first of all on yesterday and what happened.
Okay, just going with a fast recap from yesterday, starting regarding the weather. We could say that we was forecasted possibilities of development all around or nearby the competition area. So that's why the task was set at a bit out in the valley. But basically that was the main concern related to the wind and to the clouds development. So that was it, the main concern about the weather. It was expected very strong thermals and reaching more than 3,500 meters and improving all along the day. Mainly the winds were expected northwest and west, and eventually a bit more to the southwest. And we could say that we saw all those conditions. So we were in a minute there. And regarding the task, it was mainly a race to goal. Almost a race to goal, 83 kilometers to go, but before reaching the goal there was 80 kilometers in length, like they needed to turn to the southeast, just go for landing and to stop the clock and landing in the goal situated in an airport that is normal. It doesn't have that much traffic, and also we very often we contact the airport and they close the airport for us and use it. So mainly that was it. So just summarizing and going back on what exactly happened. Well, I think just from the start we saw that it was really difficult for pilot in general to start the race and go in altitude.
Yeah, I mean, it was predicted that it would be a fast race, and it wasn't. The forecast didn't happen as it was predicted. They thought that the climbs would be much better than they actually were. They got better, but that's because the sky, the clouds got better. Well, it got more lifty. So the pilots went on course. We had a few early bomb outs from some big names who were in the top 10 yesterday. Ferry Vogel bombed early, and so did Sebas Ospina.
Yep.
The French, as a team, really pushed yesterday. They've got some ground to make up on the British team, who are ahead at the moment, and so they flew as a team. They put their non-scoring guys forward. Luc Armand was just going forward and forward and forward to try to show the way, followed by, well, Julien Wirtz went off on his own, and he pushed far ahead of himself.
I think so far he was the man on the day. The whole time he was ahead and pushing. So definitely France made a move yesterday, but so did, for example, I'm ahead because they explained to me and I confirmed that, for example, the Spanish team, they were also holding the same position. So even though we were looking at those French pilots like Luc Armand and Julien Wirtz and Honorat, all of those just leading the race, when we were zooming in, there were primarily just Spanish names and of course many others big names in them, but they explained to me that they really want to go for that just from the start. Yep. We saw immediately like Pepe, Jose Jimenez Vela, he was also taking the lead and ready to attack and to strike. He advised me like, Javi, keep an eye on me today, I want to do something, and he was attempting just to react, you know. Well, we saw one of the incredible things that we saw again, because it's happened, it's not the first time that happened, it happened all along the competition, was Maxime Pinot just making this incredible low save, 68 meters.
Yeah, he was 68 meters above the ground and searching, and he was joined by Yasin Savov, Anka Tavera, and I think, Abel.
Yeah, Abel Varga. Yeah,
was in there
that's
as
correct.
well.
Yeah.
And the four of them were just searching and searching. And Maxime got the climb and climbed out and then managed to push forward quite a long way. It was really exciting stuff. By the end, we could tell that the clouds were getting bigger, not only because we were getting photos from the course line from people who were travelling to goal, but also because Philippe Hague, Luc Armand and Honorant reached over 3,500 metres.
Wow.
So, the climbs were obviously getting a lot better. But at that point, or very soon after, the task was stopped. So at 15:56, the task was stopped.
Officially stopped, yes.
We got the announcement at 1 minute past 4, but it goes back 5 minutes so that nobody's racing, like crazy. And then the competitors were asked to find a safe landing spot where they could then be collected and taken back. So we had no goal interviews yesterday because we didn't have anybody in goal.
No, definitely we didn't. It was interesting to see how we were receiving those photos from along the from the ground level, from the right direction, moving towards goal. But the funny thing was, even though the clouds they were growing and developing and definitely becoming those thunderstorm clouds, from here we were expecting those clouds were remaining more on the mountains where the task never was about to happen. But the thing was, there was a moment when you told me they're reporting in the goal that they are surrounded by them, and that was probably the main what changed completely the thing, because those clouds that were merging to each other, they create a massive one that then the pilot they saw on the course to goal, just those clouds that were on front of them, and that was the main reason that I say, okay, no, we can't continue. So.
But I mean, here we could see cumulonimbus clouds behind us, and the wind.
Yeah.
It was mad. I mean, we were worried that our
lose
gazebo would blow away. I mean, it was crazy windy here.
Yeah.
So obviously the gust front hit us here as well. So then, how did that affect the scores? Well, the task was won by Julien Wirtz because of these crazy lead-out points.
Yep.
Then Luc Armand, Honoré Namond, all from France, and then Spanish pilots José Jiménez Baldea and Marcelo Sanchez. Marcelo Sanchez. And in the women's, Constance Metetal was first, Silvia Bussi Ferraris from Italy was second, and Eliega from Austria was third. So, tell us about overall results.
Well, this is what the thing gets a bit crazy. And the first overall result, we have Maxime Pinot with a total of 6,234.2 points in total. Honoré Namond is the second position, 6,220.2. It's only 14 point in difference between the aiming to go for the first. On the third, we have Juan Sebastián Ospina. Has 6,210.5, which is 9.7 for the second. In fourth position, Dylan Seglar, 6,209.1. It is 1.4 only to reach Juan Sebas. And then finally, in the fifth position, Darko Stankowski with 6,203.4, which is only 5.7 just to go for the fourth. So we can see the difference are nothing. It's just a blink of an eye. It's just somebody today, I don't know, just get distracted a bit and they're going to pass you. So today the podium is really expensive just to get there.
Yep. And they know who they need to be chasing down and who they have to stick with and who can't get ahead of them, because literally it's so close. It's unbelievable.
There is a general opinion, the pilots, and I was talking to them, and they say they think also for France that maybe they're not attempted that much to fight as a team today for the first position, because they say, well, actually, between Maxime and Honoré, they're going to say, I want to win. I want to be the European champion. I say, no, this is it. Even I'm going to compete now. So, really interesting day. It's going to be exciting to the end, for sure.
I would have loved to have been a fly on the, well, not a fly on the wall, because France briefs just behind us. The problem is that we don't speak any French, but I would have loved to have been able to hear what they were saying today, because Julian Garcia has led a very tight ship with the French. He's really been thinking about how they can bring them forward, and they're here not for second place. They're here for first.
Yeah.
They've already got Constance guaranteed on the podium. They certainly want, well, one, preferably both of Maxime and Honorat on the podium as well. And they would like to win the nation as well. So if they can, well, Julian Garcia, like I say, has done a great job so far. We'll see what they can do today. But it's going to be really amazing to see what happens today. So let's go to the women. Like we said a minute ago, Constance has already won. She's got 5,957.1 points this morning. Ellie Eggers 677.2 behind her. So uncatchable.
Unreachable.
And Anca Dabara from Romania is currently third. She's 334.2 points behind Ellie, but she's 1,025 behind Constance. So you can see how far ahead Constance is. I mean, she's won every task bar one this competition. So she's won 8 out of 9 so far. Just incredible, performance from so consistent. And I mean, that's what was really shown at her consistency. And I mean, obviously yesterday was a low scoring task, so there wasn't that many points to be had. But I think by task 7, her worst performing task was 904 points. That was her discard. 904 points. I mean, it's just an incredible week.
What that exactly tell us? If you have that your lowest, the lowest is 900, it means that she was, and it has been, and it is so regular in the competition that, of course, that is the really difficult part along a competition like this one, 10 days competition, and keep this regularity. It is amazing. It's simply amazing. Well, finally we have the nations, right? This is was really important in this competition. So we have overall nation ranking is Great Britain with a total of 16,412.7. In second position we have France. There's a total of 16,262.1. It means 150.6 just behind. On the third position is Slovenia. It's 16,233.2. That makes 28.9 points behind France. The fourth position, Germany, with a total of 16,118.5, which is 114.7 behind Slovenia. Finally, on the fifth position, we have Austria with 16,114.3, which is 4.2 behind Germany. So still, the battle for the nation remains open, especially in this between the second, between the third. Still, we can have surprises in here. So, when normally it happens that on a competition like this, naturally, well, you establish kind of a predictable podium more or less. But this is not the situation.
No. And I mean, one of the advantages that the French have is that they've got so many pilots here. Pilots that are top-level pilots who can bring their scoring pilots on to help the nation. The UK, their top-scoring pilots have been Sebas Ospina and Dylan Mansley. Their other scoring pilot is Martin Long. Martin hasn't been super happy with his performance. He feels that he hasn't really fulfilled his potential here. And they've just got a much smaller team that they've brought with them. So, France has really got strength in numbers. Yeah. And they can put their other pilots forward. Like yesterday when they used Luke to storm ahead and try and take people with them as well. I mean, yesterday they could actually split the pack. They could have Luke pushing on one area and Julian Wirtz pushing in another.
Completely. Yeah.
And when you've got people pushing forward, other people have to go with them. You can't
Sure.
sit there and go, "Oh, I'll let them get ahead," because of the lead-out points.
Yeah.
You know, and so that the French have got enough people to push forward. The Slovenians have also got, a very strong team with Juraj Vidic, very, very experienced.
Yeah.
We've got Josip Molek,
Josip Molek, yeah.
but their main guy is Tilen Segler, and Tilen is obviously the team leader. But he's also an individual pilot. You know, he kind of does his own thing. So it's going to be very interesting how that works out. And obviously Germany is trying their best to catch up with them. And the Germans also. I mean, the person who's come in to his own strength recently is Daniel Tirkas,
Daniel Tirkas.
who last week didn't feature so well, but in the last few tasks
Yes,
has been right
yes,
up
it's
at
like reborn from the ashes somehow.
Yes.
Yeah,
yeah, like a phoenix.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so I mean we're getting close to race start today, so let us tell you about what we're expecting.
Well, the weather today has changed a bit. The past day we were having, let's say, more high top of thermals. So today, maybe it's not going to be the case. We're expecting just all along the day. I think they're going to be able to see more than 2,000 or anything like it. In the meantime, we have mainly northwest, and also we're going to have the wind is going to be as strong as yesterday. That's really important. So even though we're going to have clouds, and I can spot already clouds, and no matter how we move along the day, the wind, apart from this gas that we're having, because those gas are related to thermals, not with the meteorological wind. The thermals, there will be being quality ones, like a +3, +3.5, or something like it, as an average. When that happens, normally expect even more. But today, no, I don't expect to see people about 2,000 meters all along the way, and also the wind will be mainly northwest. Eventually, we can see west, but I don't expect going to have any layer with southwest or south or any like it. That's gonna happen. The temperature is still rising. So, in the floor today is colder, generally colder than compared to yesterday, especially now that the breeze is blowing a bit. Around 2,000 meters, we expect 14 degrees, so it feels warmer also in that layer. So, and the task, now I can see something interesting, because I think we're gonna have an issue again. I don't see the Fly Master apparently is not operating as expected, so we will see if we have an update on it in a moment. But in the meantime, I will tell you. The task today, because it's the last day, and also pilots not only are tired, but also they were asking for easy elite retrieval as well, because today we have more events. We have the prize giving event late in the evening, so they work around a short task. It's only 73 kilometers. It's gonna happen as well just in the valley. It's not we're not going behind or jumping to the south or more to the west or more. No, it's gonna happen mainly in the valley. It's gonna be like a playing around in this valley. So we have our first leg. They're gonna be generally to the north and northwest softly, and then it's not a really long leg. It's gonna happen. Well, we have a race to go. Just to remind how this works. It's a race to go with the exit the start gate. In which one we're gonna have four turn point. The first one is just on the northwest, so we're going there in a short leg. After that, we turn into the southwest direction for even a shorter leg, and after that, we're going to turn again into the northeast direction, which is going to be the longest leg. That's going to be around 12, maybe 13, 14 kilometers, something like it. Then we will turn again to the northwest in a really short leg, and even a shorter one just towards southwest, or it's mostly southeast to go. The goal today is again 2 kilometers radius cylinder for the end of the speed section, and then inside the cylinder there will be a 200 line just to validate the goal. Again, with those, the main characteristic regarding the goal is there has to be an area that allows and give a pilot multiple landable areas, and normally is seated in a place that is easy for retrieval. The road or the highway has to be nearby and allows to have a quick retrieval. This goal in that case is not far from just at the bottom of the valley, just a few kilometers ahead. So when the pilot there will be landed and ready for retrieval, it will take no more than half an hour just to be back here. And well, in the meantime, I don't know if we have.
Well, there's a feature today that was the same as yesterday, whereas really confused people yesterday because it was a result of a rule change. You'll find some crazy big turn point that doesn't seem to have any sense. But yesterday what happened was there has been complaints of aggressive flying in the competitions. And so in order to be able to control a little bit what the pilots do is normally the turn direction before the exit cylinder, before race start, is determined by if it's an odd or an even day. So odd days is turn direction left, and in even days it's turn direction right. So what the race direction has done is they've put another turn radius around, and up until the pilots enter that big cylinder, they have to turn a certain direction. Now, today's the first, so theoretically it should be left turn, but we had the obligatory left turn yesterday. So because people have normally a preference for turn direction, a lot of these pilots, because they're so good, they can do it either way. They can happily turn left or right, but most people have got a preference. So to make it fair, so that we don't have 2 days where we do obligatory left-hand turns, today is obligatory turn to the right, and it's right up until they enter that big cylinder. Now, they tried that yesterday, and I'm monitoring the YouTube channel chat, and somebody asked, somebody was spotted yesterday, well, the task winner, Julian Wirtz, was seen turning, he was on his own, but he was turning the wrong way. And I've just been asked if anybody actually put in a complaint, and nobody did.
Yeah.
So it's up to the pilots within this competition whether they want to denounce anybody or not. Nobody was that bothered, so they haven't actually put in any complaints. So, but today you'll see them turn right for a significant portion of the beginning of the race.
And especially, yes, now in this distance after the start point and reaching to this another waypoint that is not a waypoint. Yeah, this is how it is. But still, the thing is, by now, at the moment, we cannot offer you what's going on, because apparently Flymaster, for the second time in a task, is not working. And we just confirm. I'm asking here around even the organizer, and he said, yeah, it's not working. So what? We just can be holding for a while, and I suppose if it's going to take a longer time, maybe we will maybe hold the broadcasting for a while until we recover. Apparently, like I said, it's not working at all, so we cannot see anything. So the start point is about to happen right now. No, right now, yes, I think it was.
Yeah.
Let me get it. Yeah. In the meantime, I will give you more information when I have yesterday images from yesterday competition. Yeah. All right. So I think it's about to happen. Yeah. I mean, now it's about to happen the competition. But yeah, we have nothing at the moment.
We'll enjoy the images that we can bring you from
exactly.
yesterday's task, and we will be back shortly.
Yeah. All right, finally we got it again back. So here we are. When just the race just started, we just 4 minutes since the start point, and we can see already how the gaggle is pushing away. So let's zoom in and let's see who is. And I'm not surprised to see who is leading the race today. Marcelo Sanchez, just pushing from the start, 50 kilometers an hour. He is followed by Luis Martinez Iturbe. And on the left side, Francisco Reina Lagos. Really interesting to see the Spanish army just leading the race on this first step of the race.
The Spanish pilots have got quite a potential to get on the podium as well. There's lots of pilots today that have to go for it, big style.
Yeah.
They've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Marcelo could be on the podium. He just needs to get those leading points and have a good day.
Well, okay, something really strange. There was a very tight turn from Marcelo and Fran Reina. They found something, but it was super heavy, 90 degrees brake. They creating a gaggle. I'm going to try to locate where the French pilots they might be. Alvaro, I can see all the Spanish are there. All the Justin Savov. Okay, Justin Savov just from the start in 1300 meters, just pushing away. Remember now, they're going. We have two things to highlight at the this first part of the race. As usual, even though ideally they should be able to be as a group, but as Judith says today, is so important that maybe we are going to expect attack all the time from pilot. That they want to, well, and as much leading point as they can all along the race. This is one thing. The other thing is that with in terms of safety, we know that they're going to need to keep turning at the same direction until they're going to reach this radius that they have on front. There's one thing that escapes now to my understanding at the moment. Why Mirbat, I'm going to click on him. Mirbat Senuni, he is really away to the north. But to me, it doesn't make any sense that because with this distance, he left just before the start point.
I mean, we couldn't see what was happening at the time because it wasn't working. Live tracking, we couldn't track it.
Yeah.
But to be that far ahead, you would assume that he would have jumped the exit cylinder. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know either.
Have to have a look. Can I just mention that I'm monitoring the chat in YouTube and the race, the other channels. I get lots of information. So if you've got any questions or comments, please let us know.
Correct. In that case, we see Mirbat Senuni actually not far away from those 2,000 meters, and he is sinking at the moment, and is pushing. So apparently he made the start point. And now is flying on his own in a very good position, but and then I can see even a few, like a one thermal, another couple of tons, then a third one that was proper thermal there, and now pushing north west direction. Now he passed this cylinder, so he now is allowed to turn the way he decides is the good one for him. In the meantime, we can see Francisco Javier Reina Lagos just trying to push. They found Justin Savot on the right when he was turning and drifting southwest, which is mean that they are now flying into the wind. So now the rest, everybody's just trying to reach where Justin Savot is and turning with him to the right and lifting. The lift is looking good, but also they're drifting back. Just remember, they need to fly into the wind. This is going to be one of the most complicated legs of the whole task, because they're going to be flying into the wind. Once they reach the first turn point, they're going to turn into the southwest, where basically the situation would be more like crosswind, and that's going to be a short one. After that, they will turn to the northeast for the longer leg of the task, which is going to be around 12-14 kilometers. Turning again to northwest, finally to another last turn into southeast, and going to wall. The goal is going to be in a place called Torre Quebradilla, and it's expected to be a flatland there nearby the road. 2 cylinder kilometers to stop the time, a line of 200 meters to validate the goal. In the meantime, Mirbat Sununi just flying and pushing on himself away, holding more than 17 meters in total, and he is currently flying at 44-45, which is expected when you are flying into the wind like this, and then you need to be more conservative in this first part of the race. Going to the goggle, we can see Pepe Maleki, which is always has been see kind of the characteristic in this section. We can see the classic name Pepe Maleki and Rui Aguiar on the left side on the goggle. Rui is turning, and Pepe also is doing the same, away from the goggle, especially Pepe, more to the west, a bit on the south. Rui is a bit higher, 1400 meters for him, and Pepe Maleki is struggling a bit, trying to find a good one there, turning, sniffing around. In the meantime, the goggle is just working together, trying to pass above 1600, and some of the pilots at the moment are doing so. A second small goggle just created more on the southeast. You know what happened with those situations? They are so close that eventually whoever finds the stronger, the goggle that will move, they will stretch, and again they will reorganize itself into a massive one. Okay. All right. We see how much the small goggle now is changing the position. When there were two goggles like this, now they're changing position. Now they're more parallel, and more pilots are joining and splitting and deciding where to go. If I want to go to the left and I want to go to the right, passing 1600 and reaching almost some of them reaching 1800. More pilots are joining those goggles from the south. Jason Sabov, there was a moment when he decided to push ahead, but he is low, below 1000 meters, 440 above the ground. Mirbat Zenuni in the meantime on the way to reach and to be the first to reach the first turn point. Remember, the previous one, it wasn't any. It's not a turn point, it's just control turn point to force the pilot to keep turning in the same direction. But in the next one is a proper turn point. Whenever Mirbat Zenuni reaches it, he will turn to the southwest. He now is around 1000 meters, 37 kilometers for him, basically trim speed, or maybe just using a bit the speed bar to contrast this headwind. But they cannot abuse that much of this speed bar in that section, just to be able to glide on this towards this turn point.
I'm still a bit confused about Mirvad from Bosnia-Herzegovina, because looking at the scores, he's not in the scoring. He's not in the lead. So I'm still not sure that he actually has successfully, or that he jumped the start gate, because if he wasn't, then he would presumably be ahead. So anyway, the single competitor from Bosnia Herzegovina, we'll see at the end of the
Yeah.
race. But I don't know.
if that. I mean, we saw a few days ago that there was a mistake or an error adjusting the trackers, and even we saw Alvaro Romero twice. I wonder if that is one of those situations, and actually is not Mirbat, is any other pilot. Who knows? It could be, it could not be. So eventually, but we figure out, because the problem was because we had this Flymaster for a moment down, we couldn't really see what really happened.
Yep.
At the moment, we just have Jason Savov just chasing Mirbat Zenuni really low again. It's a classic on Jason. It's not. It doesn't surprise us by now when he found something and trying to stay above. Okay, now he's climbing and recovering those 200 meters above the ground. And there he is, just turning. And the group in the meantime, the gaggle is just moving ahead. Pepe Malecki is just turning. Just left the thermal. I correct myself. Just left my thermal and move it ahead. Around 1,100 meters. The gaggle is led by Francisco Reina. 1,700 meters for him. 45, 46 kilometers an hour. Again, they are just flying into the wind into this first leg. Mirbat is just arriving at the turn point. It's going to be the first one. Just 15 minutes, 16 minutes since the start point. It's going to happen in no time. In 3, 2, 1. Is going to reach it right now. On his own. It's a bit low, but it's okay. Still, he has 730 meters above the ground. So now he is touching and arriving this turn point and turning into southwest. So good for him. Jason is trying to survive 2,080 meters above the ground, climbing and drifting to the east. So now in that part they have completely west wind. And we're going down to the gaggle. And more, if we zoom out a bit, we can see already a few pilots landed.
What I find really interesting is that Yasin Savov, he won the Task 8. He's overall 94th. So, but that's just, he's pushing for, he's going to maybe gain a couple of places, but he's, 94th, there's no chance of him getting any. But that's just what he does.
Yeah.
He just likes to push forward. So it's going to be interesting to see if, I think people will only follow him if there's something to actually follow him for.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's the lead out points. It's beyond. It's the top 10 that are going to. The leading points between them are the important things, not the leading points overall.
Definitely. So we can see now Marcelo Sanchez just pushing. But now, little by little, as Judith was explaining, is where the leading point now getting really important. So Francis Reina is just a bit behind. I believe totally now there is agreed between them, because Spain, okay, they have chances that's to maybe rise in this classification in nation, but definitely they didn't have, maybe not that much possibilities arriving to the podium just. But definitely Marcelo is just there because in the 6th position and no more than 19 points just to be in the podium, even fighting for the 2nd position. So I have the feeling that they have been talking just to say, well, let's be as a team just trying to fight the way to help you. And now he can push from the group and those fights for the leading point as well. We can see. We can see that Marcelo is pushing with Francisco Reina and Luis Iturbe behind. and Sebas is also there.
Yeah, keeping like glue onto the leaders. Joachim Oberhauser is also there.
Sure.
Where are the French?
Right? Where are the French?
Yeah.
That is the big question. I don't see them.
I can see Pierre-Remy, but he's no data at the moment.
Okay.
So we don't know in reality where he
Yeah.
is.
But where is Honoran? When is Maxime Pinot? We're still trying to get where are they, and because we don't see them in those first positions which they should be. Julian Wirth. Okay, I found Julian Wirth, but he's maybe 30 positions just behind on the left on this goggle.
Honorat, no data.
Ah, okay,
And
that's why.
hasn't had for 7 minutes.
Okay, that's why. That's why. Because they have to be there.
With live tracking actually going offline for so long, I think it's still a delay in getting everybody back onto the live tracking. So we'll have to see.
In the meantime, our lonely pilot Jason Savov just recovering from this low safe and reaching 1300 and more in the stable thermal. A lot of tons for him, and eventually, well, we'll see him just flying back into the goggle or just flying parallel like Jason Savov does, just flying on his own. Well, the main group is trying to make a move into this turn point. They're going to give them the possibility to turn no matter the way, no matter the way that they might choose. Fran Reina entering in the area, Andre Gaia, Seba Spina. So all of them, or the pilots that are entering now, they will be allowed to turn no matter left and no matter right when they find thermal. I might wonder if it just Midbat simply didn't make properly the start point on time.
Well, Maxime Pinot's back on live tracking.
Okay.
And he's slowly pushing forward to the turn point, but he hasn't made it. He's certainly not in the front gaggle.
All right. Interesting. Really interesting.
Also, Luc Armand's back on the live tracking. And I'm going to see if I can find Honorat.
Well, we lost track again on Maxime. So yeah, it's not working.
Yeah, Honorat's live tracking's been now off for 9 minutes. So we don't know in reality where he is.
Yeah. I expect they're going to be together as a team as they do. Like Julian Wirth, Maxime, all of them, unless they want to have somebody, sneaking with the Spanish team, maybe, I don't know. But I don't know how they operate, how we are seeing. I would say that they are together.
The final glide today is going to be so exciting.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'm ready for it. Anyway, we see Vladimir Vakanin just pushing ahead, 1400 meters for him, pushing 42-43. Remember, they are facing this leg is into the wind, is heading the wind. We have a reaction in the rest of the pilot. Alvaro now taking position just behind Vladimir Vakanin. Behind him, Pedra Dudik. Luis Martinez Iturbe taking position on the right. Daniel Tirkas just next to Pedra Dudik. Rui Aguiar, Joachim Oberhauser, Jose Jimenez Belda, Francisco Reina Lagos, Andres Gaia, Joachim Oberhauser, drifting to the left and a bit to the northeast. They will join in from another side, more to the left, and now they are grouping in this goggle Aaron Mitchell, Stefan Morgenthaler.
Can I just remind people that the pilots crossing that first line is totally irrelevant to the race. It's only so that they can now turn left or right. So the ones still behind that line have to turn right. The rest can now decide to turn left if they want to. So the real first turn point isn't until the next one. And the only pilot going there is Mirvad Zanoni, but again, I've had a look at the scoring, and he's not featuring, so we're still presuming that he jumped the start.
Yeah, still trying to understand what's going on with Mirvad.
I will find out. I will find out.
It's drifting completely to the east, so he has west wind there, 1200 meters for him, and trying to stay high there and trying to find a way to glide southwest for the next turn point, completely alone. Nobody is even close to him at all. And the goggle, now Nuno Virgilio is pushing 1400 meters for him, below 40 kilometers an hour, so they must have an important win for them, that they need to go in this part of the race, you know, pushing but holding, pushing but holding. Also the altitude, I can see pilots just, I feel they are 1600 for example, but not much. Rui Aguiar with Nuno Virgilio. Well, it's interesting to see these two Portuguese pilots together. Usually Rui Aguiar is flying on his own completely. Luis Martínez Iturbe taking position behind these two Portuguese pilots, just moving ahead. 1500 meters for him.
Philip Brewers has solved the mystery for us. We were so busy talking about the task and everything. Apparently Mirvat started the race 30 minutes early. I think if you want to have the sensation that you're first in goal, if you start 30 minutes early, at least when you get there and then you have the sensation that everybody's coming in after you, I think probably on the last day, that sounds like a pretty cool thing to do. But he's not in the race, so you can watch him if you like, but he's not going to be part of the scoring because he jumped the gun.
When we can see Yasin Savov on his own after the recovery, he's pushing from the right side, so we saw that before. If it's, not close enough to the goggle, is not a problem for him. He find a way to go on his own and push, and if he struggle, he will stop and start looking for something else on his own. So here's what he's doing at the moment. Just the goggle is flying, more aligned with on the way to the optimized direction. In the meantime, Justin Savov is just more on the east side. Rui Aguiar taking the lead of his group. On the right we have Nuno Virgilio, and behind Luis Martínez Iturbe, and finally we can see Pierre Remy taking position ahead. Dylan Mansley is in this group, the 4th position. Now we recover that on him because also we lost track on him. So it's interesting to see that also the Brits are there. It's not only the French, it's not only also Great Britain. They have to. There's no choices. Everybody wants to make a big move today.
Well, Britain is 150 points ahead, but they can't rely on that. They can't sit on their laurels and take it for granted. They have to get their guys into goal in a reasonable position.
Well, important drift that I'm spotting here from Luis Martínez Iturbe. If that is so, it means that definitely they have quite significant wind and they're facing this headwind. So it's not going to be easy just to complete this first leg. If every turn they make, they're going to go with this powerful drift. Especially if they don't have a nice and strong lift at the beginning. They really need to choose and be careful when go to go for a lift. remember, all the pilot that basically now is almost the whole competition. I can see how it was stretching, but the group that is behind the main goggle is not that big. There's just a small group of pilots. Now, because they are inside this radius, this turn point, which is not exactly a turn point, they can just turn whatever the way they might choose as they find a thermal. Meanwhile, we have Mirbat Seruni flying on the zone pretty low, below 1,000 meters, 580, now 570 meters above the ground. Pepe Maleki, just as Jason Sabo is doing on the right, on the east side of the goggle, Pepe Maleki is doing the same, but on the west side of the goggle. So he is flying on his own completely. Is around 1,550 and rising, climbing basically. The goggle is also stopping and turning mode on the east, basically where Justin South is. They're moving everybody towards him. He found a good one apparently, and everybody wants to use it. There's a few pilots at the front: Francisco Reina, Jose Jimenez Velda, Nuno, and many others. They are slightly moving on the north. Many pilots also reacting on that movement for them, trying to be around, and whoever find anything they needed. Honoran, finally, I'm spotting Honoran. Alright, let me try to make. There are so many pilots and that is so difficult to try to get them.
Well, while you try to find them, I've got an update from race director on what's happening on the course. Near turn point, the proper turn point 1, rather than just this turn point that determines turn direction, it is northwest, 10 kilometers an hour at the surface, totally as it was expected from the forecast.
All right. Okay, Luis Iturbe pushing now on his 1700 meters. Philip Haag trying to keep with him, trying to hold the position with him, even pushing, is accelerating a bit and moving more to the east. 50 kilometers per hour for him, also 50 for Iturbe. Roger Eiswacher on the right, more to the east, 45 for him as well. Michal Gerlach.
Can I just remind you of the top 10? It's Maxime Pinot, Honoran Amand, Sebastian Spina, Tilen Segler, Darko Skladkowski, Marcelo Sanchez, Philip Haag, Michael Gerlach, Ferdinand Vogel and Vladimir Bakanin. That's the top 10. Those are the guys to watch.
Yep, and still I can all the names that really matters are in this first group. Finally, I have track on Honoran. Luis Martinez just pushing, approaching, and Rui Aguiar and Pepe Maleki there ahead, especially Rui Aguiar just on its own, just a few hundred of meters or so ahead of the goggle, losing those 1200 meters at the moment, but keep glide ahead when it's 50 at the moment, 50 kilometers an hour, and pushing, slightly going to the northwest and moving more to west. Pepe Maleki is still trying to recover altitude when he has only 60 meters above the ground, but he's climbing. He's inside a climb and keep it. Alright, we're gonna also have live pictures just from the air for pilots that are holding, and with them a camera, so we can show you what's going on just live. Pablo Minchero, one of our pilots, that is one of those cameras, just offering pictures that are live. In the meantime, we are getting on the way. Is going to be the next pilot to reach this turn point.
And again with Rui, I mean overall he's 108th, but just doing what he likes to do, like Yassen, pushing on his own away from the gaggle, nothing to gain, nothing to lose, and is just going for it.
Well, speaking of Yassen Savo, we can see that he had been completely caught by the group, and we see him no more on his own. He's just in the long column, stretch group of pilots that are moving towards the turn point. And that's it. Rui Aguiar just reached it, so now I expect definitely we're gonna see differences in the speed. The problem, it's a problem. The situation for Rui Aguiar, eventually he needs to find something and climb, because he's 800 meters in total. Luis Martinez Iturbe still holding more than 1300. 36. So yeah, I do believe they have a lot of into the wind, but mostly crosswind there. Philip Haag, second position. Marcelo Sanchez on the third, with Daniel Tirkas and Onur Anaman. And Maxime as well. So yeah, now makes more sense what I'm looking at. Both the Spanish people and the French are mostly together. Of course, there's many other names. It's open important that they have to be here if they really want to. With either the fight for the nation podium or the fight for the overall. I'd like to see, because we said already Constance this going to be an issue for her. She got it, but I'd like to see what the rest of the contenders for those second and third position. Wow. Okay. Did you see that?
There's several people turning, and it looks like they haven't actually got the turn point.
More and more pilot. That's really interesting what we are spotting. I would like to see that after that if they turn apparently really very soon and not reaching the turn point. One of those was Marcelo, which now is taking the lead and pushing really hard.
But the same for Philip Haag and Daniel Tirkas.
Yeah. I hope that is something that is not...
yeah, but looking at them, they've all done it, or nearly all done it. I mean, the only ones that have actually crossed the line...
Wow.
I mean, it looks like...
Many of them. Okay. Wow. Really interesting. Onoran, Maxime and Marcelo. Onoran, Maxime and Marcelo. And that basically, unless Dylan Ziegler, for example, or Darko, they appeared as well for this fight of the podium. I have the feeling those are the names that they're going to see. Philip Haag is just there as well. Pepe, Pepillo, Daniel Tirkas. Wait a minute. Who is stopping there? Daniel Tirkas stopping on this long glide down now, but is recovering position and pushing. Luis Martinez is showing Marcelo where we need to go. Mihailo Sommerauer just appearing from a completely different position on the south. He is trying to reach the turn point, but this is what happened. He's going to be basically intercepting the trajectory with the head of the race when Rui Aguiar is drifting and climbing, and they're going to shoot as well at the rest of, because the rest of the head of the race is stopping and turning, but if Rui Aguiar it has a good one. Well, head of the race, they're going to let themselves go. Julian Vert. Okay, Julian Vert just appears now, pushing to the south. 56, 57, 55. As he did yesterday, we'll see if it's just part of the plan and show the rest of the French team where to go and stop him, because this is what Julian wanted to do. He's exploring what Rui Aguiar has and figuring out if it's good enough. But look at the drift. Rui Aguiar is climbing, but the drift is quite significant.
I've confirmed that what we saw, the the circle's actually slightly bigger. So their instruments have indicated that they've got the turn point, and they have. I can see that from the scoring, from the live scores.
It's confirmed.
Yeah, it's confirmed.
Okay. Now I can breathe. All right. Ruyagia trying to be in that thermal, and of course the rest of the group now is spreading and going. Wow, look at this drift, is huge. I don't know it is just they cannot reach the core, or actually they have more width than expected there, because now there's a bit chaos in there. Around 1300. Lukaman, I have Lukaman here, and he made really nice tight turns there, drifting just a little to the west, sorry, to the east. But most of the pilot, the more they're trying to fight the thermal, the more they let themselves go more to the east. Thielen Segler is there, Alexander Schalber, Daniel Tirkas, Martin Lon, Fran Reina, Steve Cox, Philly Haag, we lost track on him, Lukaman, Ferdinand Fogo, moving now to north. Again, we are losing track on more pilot. Hopefully, it's just a temporary thing and it's not going to lose again Fly Master. The drift now looks apparently completely to the east, so that means west wind, even a bit of northwest maybe. Luis Martinez is with them when he is about 1400 meters. Yep, drifting to the east. Pepe Maleki just completely on his own. He's on the way to try to achieve first on point. It's so interesting. Look how far are they from the optimized course, the way to reach the next on point, because the drift, they blow them away completely. So if I thought this first leg was about to be difficult, I think now even the second one is going to be, if not more difficult, because again they need to face now basically headwind for the second time.
I'm just looking at the women, and Anka Tavara and Veronika Stempel and Madeleine Janaway are all yet to cross into the zone where they can turn left, so they haven't made it to turn point 1 yet. So I'll try and find Ellie to see where she is.
Wow, the group that is still going down to the southeast. I can see Lukaman and Honorang in that group. Christophe Dunko, Pierre-Remy. But this is another group a bit more on the south, but just there. They are really close to each other. So the head of the race now is led by Jose Jimenez Belda, turning, going towards southeast. In this group, basically the whole Spanish team is Álvaro Romero, is Iturbe, is Marcelo, Onogan now. Okay, Onogan maybe he's moving really fast, more than 62 kilometers an hour, trying to be in that position. We have live also footage from our pilot Luis Tapa to give you an idea what's going on, but in just through the air. Okay, reaction. Luis Martinez Iturbe, Ernesto Inestroza, just changing completely, abandoning the group, going southeast towards the turn point, looking for the optimized course. Federico Braun Manzone, most on the south as well. In the meantime, the rest of the group now is the organizing themselves in in the head of the race. So the Spaniards and French that are more on the together in this group, more to the south, and more pilots. When as they join this gaggle on the north, they turn for a couple of turns and then abandon and go for the south. But the drift again, they take them away from this optimized course. Just to remind you, recap a bit on today's task is task number 10. Is the last one from this European Championship. It's a race to goal. It's 73 kilometers in length. Yes, we exit the start point. The start point just happened at 12:30. Just they left towards northwest when the start point was really close to the main hill of Pegalajar. They continue towards a control turn point only related to key pilots just turning into the right. After that, they need to continue gliding to the northwest. They needed to turn nearby Villargordo to southwest. They're going to turn again to northeast, just basically at northwest position where Jaénville city is. They will glide, or they will go into the longest leg of the day, around 12 to 14 kilometers to the northeast. Again, turning to northwest, and where Vados de Torralba is, they will turn for the last time to the northeast direction to go in a really short leg. Then after that they will stop the clock in 2 kilometer cylinder. Finally they will validate the goal when they reach 200 meters line.
Look at Fran Reina go. He's leading and taking Luis Martinez with him.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. He's ahead of the race.
Well, actually, they're not that far now from Mirbat.
But Mirbat started half an hour earlier, so the fact that they're catching up with somebody who started half an hour earlier shows how fast they're going. So Fran Reina going for it for the Spanish team and taking his teammates with him.
Yep.
Being followed by a massive gaggle, but he's pushing forward. Still 500 meters above ground. Yasin as well, coming with him.
I might wonder what there you go. Pepe Malecki on his own. More to the west, just there. Let's see how good this movement from Francisco Reina is, because now he's starting to struggle below 500 meters above the ground, but definitely pushing and trying, I suppose, just to show. Remember also, Fran Reina is a scoring pilot in the Spanish team, so it's important, of course, because the leading point that he is earning at the moment are really important. Is not as in the good position as Marcelo is in the overall, for example, but it still is important for the team. Is that aiming to just to rise in the team's classification? But like I said, I don't know if it is something that they agreed today. For example, I say, okay, Marcelo, you will have the option, so we're going to work all for you. That could be. Yasin, in the meantime, just moving and taking almost similar line that Francisco Reina and also Mirbat Senuni. He has the reference now, Fran Reina.
Yeah, Fran is 24th overall at the moment. He and Marcelo and Luis Martinez Iturbe are the scoring pilots for Spain. Both Iturbe and Marcelo are higher placed than him at the moment, but any points towards the national score will make a big difference.
Absolutely. we see the main gaggle passing 1800 meters. Remember, today's expected not be able to go beyond 2000, but that could may change a bit, maybe a bit above, but we will see when we see the gaggle drifting southeast a bit, mainly east. But the drift is quite significant, so I suppose they have more than 10, 12, if not 15 kilometers an hour wind.
So another pilot who's making a break for it is Martin Petz from Germany, and it's his birthday. He's 38 years old today, so congratulations. Hope you make it to goal as a little birthday present.
Yeah.
And I've also got some news from the YouTube channel. Boris Kosok says that Constance, Ellie and Julia are all in the big gaggle, and Mike Coop asked whether Mirvad jumped the start. He did by half an hour, and he says, why is he carrying on and showing all the climbs? Well, we're assuming that he just wants to get to goal and have the sensation of being there before everybody, even if it doesn't count.
Alright, basically Fran Reina is now really low. I'm gonna spot what he has underneath. Not really olive trees as usual, but now he's only 166 meters. Hold a minute. Climbing, rise, climbing. He found something there, and let me tell you, if it's something that Fran Reina is good, is climbing. Is very talented pilot when he found something.
Can I also remind viewers at home that my colleague Javi here will go absolutely bananas if the Spanish pilots do well. They're all good friends of his, and I can make no guarantees.
She says, okay? She said, she advised you already, okay? Yeah. Okay, so that we have that confirmation. What I said, Fran Reina, yes, is climbing and it's a good one. So now he's climbing, drifting in a better direction compared to what I've seen in the from the gaggle, but they're drifting completely to the east. Now he's drifting in a much better direction. I can see Bram Dekla approaching. I'm gonna track him, but the interesting here is also not reaching. He didn't go at all for the turn point. It's just appear. So I wonder if that also another strategy, another maneuver from just to show what's going on. That's really weird today to see that kind of movement. In the meantime, Yasin Savov just gliding a bit away from Fran Reina. Still, he has 230 meters and going down. Martin Pez, Luis Martinez, and Ernesto Inestroza just on front of this big gaggle. All of them just, well, no, Martin is the one that is low at the moment, 500 meters above the ground for him. Meanwhile, Ernesto Inestroza and Luis Martinez Iturbe doing good, 1700 for them. Federico Bronmanzona also with the group behind, and the rest, all of them, the big group just going behind it. Just 17, 16, 190 meters so, and gliding around 50 or 60. Interesting to see that nobody is pushing beyond, like we've seen other days, 70 or more, or just because the height that they have, they cannot risk that much today. So that is how, unless eventually, well, they find those +3, +4, and they happily and easily they reach the top of the thermal and they can jump into another one, and then we'll be able to accelerate. Until then, well, we're gonna be really careful. So here we go. From Dekla, Francisco Reina working together. Now they're drifting a bit more to the east. Francisco is struggling a bit to be in that thermal, but making another turn, climbing again. From Dekla, just not happy with the one that Francisco Reina has, as it's still looking for it, but also is doing Mirbat Senuni, is climbing, and I think is climbing exactly the same thermal that Francisco has, but he is higher. So as I told you days before, for those that you don't know how a thermal it is, basically is aligns with the wind. So if you can imagine like a column of hot air or hotter air compared with air around, it's also change the shape and change the the inclination, the orientation according with how the wind is. So if we mainly have today northwest on all layers, what is going to happen? This column is going to lean into this wind direction. So for those pilots that they find the lift lower, like Fran Reina, for example, they will find it first, and for those pilots that they are higher, they will be also away, because the thermal also has this orientation. Mirbat Senuni is just climbing, but because it's higher, I think I have the feeling that the higher you go, is the wind shift, and then you have more west, because it's Mirbat Senuni is 1700 and climbing. In the meantime, Fran Reina drifting to southeast, when it now almost to reach 1000 meters. Behind him, we can see Ruyagia just leading that group. Jason just stopped there. No, it's landed. Okay, Jason is landing. Yeah, just landed.
We can bring you some live images from Lewis Tapper, who's flying with the competition. So you get some live images from what's happening on course.
Let's go with those images. Well, we can see that they are not really high. They're around 15, 16. We see those clouds on the horizon. That means they don't have any clouds ahead at all. Also, we can observe how different the altitude are in between them. But as long as they are together, they can always react and regroup themselves. Well, Francisco Reina, in the meantime, just passing 1000 meters. He is... We can see those alive pictures just on the way to Jaén city. They are not so far now. We just confirmed that the Aston Sable is landed, and Francisco just above 1100 meters with Fran Dekler, and Mirbat Senuni doing really good when is trying to hold those 1700. The goggle just stopping there when there are 1600 meters and climbing. We see a small group more to the south and west. Laura Spruit trying to push 1600 meters for him and going away, non-stopping. Marcin Wirsky reacting. Dan Girda, Joachim Overhauser also going. Many others now. Big reaction of the rest. I think they're gonna use this pilot as well. Laura is now flying 50. Approaching to Jaén city. The whole goggle just leaving the thermal on their way to Jaén city. The next turn point, Fran Reina passing 1200 meters. Also that's Bram Dekler. Mirbat Senuni. Mirbat Senuni is almost 1800 as well and making his move.
Martin Petz from Germany has landed very close to Yasin Sabov. He wasn't a scoring pilot for the German team, but a very good peloton pilot for them, and it's his birthday, so that's a real shame.
Today, actually, I have a feeling, I don't know you noticed, but it's really bright day, so I cannot hold my eyes, open the eye. It's like I need my signage to look at the screen. It's really bright day.
Yeah, and you have to appreciate we're 2 weeks into this now. We're getting pretty tired. we were up this morning doing a ceremony for a walk of champions that's been created in the village that we were comparing. So we were writing our script at 7 o'clock this morning. So bear with us. We're tired. And in answer to Philip Brewer, unfortunately, the bottles that you see in front of us are not alcohol. They're oil. So we won't be popping those open at the end of this task.
Well, we see Maxime Pinot. Maxime Pinot now is taking the lead. Well, actually, who's leading the attack is Lorenz Pruett, but Maxime Pinot taking position. Lud Martinez Iturbe trying to be with him. Marcin Viskid with Maxime Pinot, and Jonathan Marin as well is ahead in this group. So definitely we can see some French pilots trying to manage this final glide towards Jaén. Look how the gaggle now is spread. Quite wide, left and right, trying to cover as much terrain as possible in order to be able to find good lines for this long glide. Again, the average speed is around 44, 45, sometimes 50, but not really running. Francisco Reina is 1,300 meters and changing completely trajectory towards the turn point as well.
And can I just say that the images that you're seeing behind us are still live images from Louis Tapper. So you can see the pilots, flying over Jaén. I should say towards Jaén, not over Jaén. They haven't reached there quite yet.
Yeah, with that around the corner. Yeah, Francisco turning again. Francisco Reina turning again. 93, 96. Okay, it's not a bad one. This is not really strong, but it's not a bad one. So we will keep an eye on him to see how it goes. Main gaggle, Lorenz Pruett is approaching 1,100 meters for him. And then we have Luis Martinez Iturbe slowing down. Probably he's lifting a bit and using this little bubble to rebound and hold the high. Meanwhile, he's recovering trajectory, accelerating. Not really accelerating. They're flying quite slow at the moment. All of them. 43, 44. Yes, Maxime taking the lead. React on Martinez Iturbe. Reaction in there. Lucaman just behind and Martin Visky behind Maxime Pinot. Andre Gaya. Denis Severini. Onagan behind Martinez Iturbe. And he is 1,200. Martinez Iturbe is 1,400, so actually is lower than Luis. That is always good when you have and you are higher than the other, no matter, especially if they're behind you, definitely you have more adventures. The only thing you need to keep in account is how the wind may change depending on the layers, because sometimes you have more wind down the lower layers and you're able to speed up and overtake pilots just from below. It just happened in along the week a few times.
So off to the west, Andreas Pepe Malecki was getting really low, but he's managed to find a climb. Joachim Oberhauser was down to 160 meters above surface level, and he's joined Pepe Malecki, and they're both managing to climb up again. So Joachim Oberhauser, Italian in the top 10. Again, can't afford to really have a bad task today.
Lord Spirit just completely 180 turn. And now to center show that is a lift there. And that is immediate reaction. The whole gaggle also is stopping. Now body is pushing at the moment, spreading. They are completely spreading, creating this chaotic situation at the moment. When the Loader again is returning to the glide, and so does the gaggle behind him. Also they are resetting the same in this glide towards Jaén. Let's have a look at the terrain they have underneath. Again, pretty often happen that when you reach a village or a city and you have a lot of buildings with roads, it's potentially that good place where to find a good thermal. I wonder if that's going to happen now. I can see there's a group in there more to the east, and I think I spotted Onoran. Exactly, Onoran is in the group more to the east, climbing. Álvaro Romero, Marcelo, Julian Bird is appearing completely from the east toward that group that is drifting, and it's drifting very clearly to the east, completely to the east.
Pepe Maleki's managed to climb up and is just about to be 1,000 meters above the surface, but Joachim Oberrauner is in trouble. He's just about to go below 100 meters above ground level. I think he's trying to reach Pepe. That would be a big name to bomb if Joachim Oberhauser
definitely
was to land.
Well, we have Rotkava just taking the lead. Mirbat Senuni still just on his own. Remember that we don't know super accurate about Mirbat.
No, we can confirm he jumped the start. He's just basically free flying.
Okay.
I mean, somebody commented that that's against the rules. I don't think it is, because if somebody jumps the start and they are not aware, they can still fly the task. It's just that their points don't reflect it. But we can't tell him that he has to land. It's he can free fly if he wants to.
Maybe somebody, I suppose, no? Maybe somebody can complain that in the way that he can show or give advantage, but at the end there is not advantage in particular, because it's advantage for everyone who will be able to.
Yeah, but it's not
spot him.
It's not like he's team flying. He's the only competitor from Bosnia Herzegovina.
No.
But if he started the task and he made a mistake, we can't force him down to the ground. He can do what he likes. He's still part of the task.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, again, Luis Martinez appears now like pushing and taking the lead. Daniel Tirkas and Ernesto Inestrosa and Rotkava in that group. That is interesting because I can see a reaction from Onoran and Lukaman. They are taking the lead now because there is a small group of pilots drifting towards them, but Onoran just decided to go on his own, trying to find a better position in the race. Luis Martinez, if nothing changes now, is going to be the first one to reach the next point when we are 2 hours and 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes since the start point. Luis Martin. Sorry.
So Joachim Oberhaus has landed.
Oh.
He was down to 50 meters last time I checked, and then I answered a question, and he's down. So, I mean, Joachim Oberhauser this morning, let me just check. He was in... Sorry about this. He was in 16th position. Yesterday he went down because he was in the top 10 for quite a long time. But anyway, big name.
Definitely.
Ex-super final champion. He's down.
Well, I might wonder what that could be. Why? Maybe Jess is as tired as we are. I don't know. That could happen. Okay, in the meantime, Luis Martinez Iturbe reaching Jaén from the north side, just below 1,000 meters, 470 meters above the ground. Is just reaching the turn point, followed by Daniel Tircas and Ernesto Inestrosa. Honoré Namad is appearing from the southeast, from the northeast. He is slowing down, not really high in there. It's a similar altitude like Imiturbe, Tircas and Inestrosa. Lucaman is higher and following Honoran, 1200 meters for him. Peter Budaj, Marcelo Sanchez, Darko Stankowski, and Ferdinand Vogel just trying to keep and hold the distance with Lucaman and Honoran. Álvaro Romero, Fabrice Tubal, so the mix in between, mainly those two teams trying to control the race. I don't see. Do you see again any other Great Britain pilot? Yeah. Okay, we have live images just arriving to Jaén City from our pilot
Louis Tapper. And it's obviously not easy out there because we're getting quite a few pilots landing. Rock Caver from Slovenia. I better just check that actually. It's my favourite name of the competition. But Cyril Lambert, Baptiste Lambert's father, has landed. There's a whole group of people landing at the moment.
Look. But a big one. Yeah.
Eusebio Soares from Portugal.
Well, I think now that we just passed these first 2 hours of the task, and there are.
It's been 2 hours already.
Well, I think so.
Yes, it's been so exciting. I've forgotten that the time's gone.
Yeah. But I think now we're gonna use this arriving to the next turn point to take a little rest and just be ready for the sighting moment that for sure we're gonna have in this last part of the race. So we're gonna have 5 minutes approximately rest time, and then we'll be back with you as just looking forward for as the race is going. Until then, bye bye. Welcome back. In this these days, as we said, as soon as you get out of a couple of minutes, just hundreds of things just happens. So, what you can tell us, Judy?
We had to have a comfort break. We're very sorry, but we're trying to keep hydrated here, and the consequences are that we sometimes have to go. Now, from the race news, I have Inigo telling me that in ground level, where the headers are, where the head of the race is, there's 15 kilometers an hour northwest wind, and so if you're low, there's a big drift. And talking of low, we've had a few more pilots land. One of them is Pepillo José Jiménez Belda, Spanish pilot. Unfortunately, he's on the ground. We've also got Dimitri Roman, José Molek from Slovenia. We have Denis Soverini from Italy. Rui Aguiar's on the ground. There's been a lot of scalps taken in this section of the race. People got very low. And
The drifting is not helping at all, because now they are drifting away to the southeast, and now they need to travel again into the northeast in order to, because now they're heading and they're going through the longest leg in this race, in this task. And the interesting thing is, in this leading and this head of the race, we can see names like Honoran, Maxime, Robert Berg, Robert Eichwacher, Martin Long, Phyllis Haag, Jonathan Marin. So basically all the French pilots that are drifting now to the southeast. I might wonder how I mean, obviously it's the thermal. You need a thermal. You need to go with the thermal, but as we know, getting low now shouldn't be a good option at all, because apparently there's a strong drift in those lower layers. Then you're going to pay a lot for those.
Luis Iturbe is at 33 meters above ground level.
I saw him just making a incredible low save from 50 or 60, but yet again.
I know lots of people getting very low in that section. Dylan Mansley at 130 meters, but slowly climbing.
Look, this group that is drifting much more. This Francisco Reina is next to Iturbe.
And he's climbing Iturbe now.
Yeah. So he's making a second low save in a row.
Roger Pifarré from Team Spain is on the ground.
Okay. Pifarré is not a scoring pilot, but it is essential part of the Spanish team. That's also, as you know, to help her. But he's definitely is not on the fight to be an individual, but just to help the team. Luis Martinez Iturbe, again, really low, because he is in a hill that is around 500 meters above the ground, and the hill is facing the wind. And Luis and many other pilots just nearby, they're trying to, what we call, I can see how he is going and making those figure of 8 in that hill. We usually call that situation the bus stop. Is when you don't have a proper thermal, but you know the hill is going to hold you there for a while. You just stay there until eventually you spot something better, and then you go and trying to get that thermal that ideally will take you away from that hill. Joanna Kokod, yes, appears exactly in that hill. I can see more pilots just gathering around.
Well, there's a huge gaggle formed further along that's got Maxime, Daniel Turkers, Philip Haag, Dylan Seglar, lots of people in it. Steve Cox.
Yep.
Ernesto Hinestrosa. I mean, the Germans have got a lot of their big guys in it, but so have the Brits. The Brits have got Martin Long and Sebas Ospina in that. Dylan Mansley is quite far back.
Wow. we see.
But climbing with Eliega actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Eliega as well in there.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Alright, now it's different because finally they are climbing nicely there, passing 1800 meters. Eventually somebody's going to start. Okay, maybe Vladimir Vakanin is making the move now, moving northeast. I suppose there will be a reaction. I can see Maxime Pinot just leaving the group as well. Look at the speed, 61. That's for Vladimir Vakanin. And that is it. Okay, that's the move from the rest of the group. Chasing Vladimir, Darko, Maxime Pinot.
But the person ahead at the moment is Petar Budaj, north of them.
Let's go and track on him as well. But okay, let's.
Will he attack the turn point?
That is what I'm trying to figure out. I don't think so.
No, I can see him here on my screen. And he's tagged the turn point, and he's actually ahead of the race at the moment.
All right. So it's really interesting how today we are seeing many pilots that normally we didn't see at all, just taking the chances and finding themselves ahead of the race. But yet again, is the moment not really high, is climbing.
Yeah, Petar Budaj is a Hungarian pilot. The Hungarian that we've seen most of to this competition, Abel Varga, with his big Yasin style pushes, is on the ground. So, as are a few of the Hungarian team pilots. But he's at the race head at the moment.
Yes, he is.
But shortly to be overtaken by Vladimir Vakanin and Maxime Pinot.
The whole gaggle, basically, is passing him at the moment.
Yep.
Because yes, he is still climbing, and well, he's going to use the thermal as much as he can, unless he decides to let the thermal go with the goggle. That could be another option for him, but the goggle is basically 500 meters higher than him, so that is not ideal position to abandon a thermal that you have. But also, it could be nice just to have the referent of the group. So, but this is, I think he's going to just keep himself just turning.
The group around Dylan Mansley, they've managed to climb. Eliega's in trouble. She's less than 100 meter above the ground, and Andreas Malecki is only 23 meters above the ground. So we may have another.
Huh? The day it's getting.
It's difficult if you low down. Really difficult.
So
okay, Dylan Mansley, Team Britain, climbing again at 300 meters. Eliega. And we'll see in a minute what happens to Pepe Malecki.
Alright, reaction in the gaggle, because there are a few pilots that refuse to turn those little turns that apparently was a thermal. As a consequence, that pilots leading that gaggle that chain, we have two friends, Luca Mann and Julian Wirth, just leading on the right, Roy Vaher and Daphne Granen. And Mirvat Senuni, we know that it's not in the races, it's just flying there, but definitely also can be a reference as well. Maxime Pinot, Vladimir Vakanin.
And Pepe Malecki on the ground.
Yeah, on the ground. Okay. It is what we talk about it. It's when you make that such a big effort, and especially on your own, you always have to feel like you deserve it. You deserve it to stay alive. You go and go all the way to goal. So Luca Mann now leading. Roy Baher on the right. Julian Wirth on the left. And they are pushing around 60 kilometers an hour towards the next waypoint that what we can see in the distance from those live images that we have from our pilot. Luis Tapa, we see actually a nimbus. This is a nimbus cloud, but definitely it's away from the distance. It's not something that the race is going to face. But it's just to give you an idea how unstable also the day is, because now here it's becoming really gusty, and I can see as well from our position again many cumulus clouds developing. Even okay, of course, just behind us on that direction, which is northeast direction, is the cloud that the pilots are spotting. Like, it's really high and big as well. It's the same. It's a nimbus cloud.
The
But
French have broken. Julien Wirtz and Luc Amand are on the move. They've broken from the pack, and when I did my interview with Louis Tapa this afternoon about the tactics, he said that the French will go ahead and they will try and keep pushing the race forward, and they'll put their extra guys forward in this, and that seems to be the move now. Julien Wirtz is going ahead. Robert Aschbecher from Switzerland is keeping up with them, but Luke and Julian are going ahead.
But Julian definitely, like yesterday, is moving ahead. And when Roya Aschbacher, we thought it was with them, just turning around, probably because he found something, and is regrouping with the rest of the group. Luca Mae, it changed completely. Julian Berth breaking to the east. Is climbing. He found something there. So let's see what the reaction of Lucaman and the others is going to be.
Daniel Turkus and Ernesto Inestrosa from Germany are, well, I thought they were going to make the move to go with them, but now they seem to have turned back. But in that front gaggle is also Thielen Segler,
Yep.
Sebas Ospina, all the guys that can't let anybody get ahead.
Yep.
They have to stay with the front gaggle. There's no other option.
There's no better way to describe it. They have to. It's not an option unless you you don't care about the result. But if you're in the fight for those, yes, you have to be in that group.
Pino's going. Maxime's going as well.
There you go. Maxime. But it's turning. It's turning.
Okay.
It's not going. Julian Wirth, 400 meters above the ground. Luca Mann, 600 meters above the ground. Definitely they are pushing and trying to be in a help for the rest, and trying to maybe drag somebody away from the group and putting in a more delicate situation. But remember, you have to push if you want to keep yourself, able to fight. Robert Berg now moving, and yes, he is also going away. Well, remember, this group now is around 40 pilots or so. They are approximately just passing halfway for the next turn point, which is about to happen. Remember, this is the longest leg. I'm going to make a recap on the stats today. It is probably not the shortest, if not the shortest of the whole championship. It's 73 kilometers. We have 4 turn points. Mainly, one of those is just a control turn point, just to keep the pilots to turn to the right. When they pass this turn point, they can turn whatever they want. Then they have 3 normal turn points. One, they leave the start point. The start point is an exit one, moving to the northwest for that short leg. They need to go, and that's been a struggling one, because they were mainly doing into the wind. They go southwest for the shorter leg on the northern hang. They currently are in the longer leg northeast, the next turn point. And then finally they're going to do one more shorter leg towards northwest. The shorter of all towards goal after this last turn point is finishing in Torre Quebradilla. It's a flat land nearby the road. 2,000 kilometers radius to stop the time, and a 200 meters line to validate the goal.
I've just heard from Inigo, who's on the ground, saying the area that the people are bombing in, there's a very strong wind, 25 kilometers an hour west, so not helping.
No, definitely is not.
At the back of the race, where there's some well, Dylan Mansley and well, Iturbe is 66 meters above the ground. Fran is also struggling in that area,
Yeah.
as is Dylan Mansley. They're just stuck there and don't seem to be progressing much. Nuno Virgilio is in there as well, winner of Task 3. So we'll see if they can get themselves out of there.
Yeah. And in the meantime, well, the group is surviving and working together. When we have a few pilots, French pilots, that decided to take the lead and push hard, Lucaman, and Lucaman is now 280 meters above the ground. Julien Vert is similar situation, but they're a bit more on the north and on the west. Pedra Dudik just behind Lucaman, and also is Robert Berg, that we saw how he was getting out of the group. And Lucaman, I think, is about to turn. He's exploring this mountain that he has on his right.
I have to say I'm dead impressed that Robert Berg is so far at the front, because he threw his reserve 2 days ago after mid-air collision. So well done, really good to get back on the bicycle, or back on the paraglider in this case.
Definitely. Maxime is moving ahead with Pierre-Remy on his left.
On Honorat as well.
Yeah. All of them, they are getting low. They're 1,000 meters, 400 meters above the ground, trying to find something to stay alive. Julien Berth is turning and climbing a bit more to the west. This is a much ideal situation. Instead, it's keep drifting to the east. So the immediate reaction is everybody's going where Julien Berth is. We can see all the pilots trying to reach him. This group of around 30 pilots. So all the big names that they really want to be there up there and in this group. And they start to turn.
Another name that we've been seeing a lot of this week, or these last 2 weeks, Stefan Morgenthaler is on the ground.
Stefan Morgenthaler.
Stefan Morgenthaler has landed.
Well, we have something to notice here. Lucaman just is moving ahead, just getting low, around 130 meters. Honoran is 320 meters as well, because he saw Robert Berg and Pedra Dudik a bit on the north is going towards them, but they are not. Now they are climbing a little bit, but nothing really strong. So maybe Honoran want to try this one, try to make a difference, get some advantages with the group. Lucaman trying to reach a thermal completely on his own, and he is climbing.
I mean, I'm assuming he's out there scouting for something for Honoran to go to.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, the French team, they just work so well together.
Yeah.
And they've got Julien Garcia on the ground as well to coordinate them. Much better team coordination than a lot of nations in this competition.
Absolutely. I mean, they have demonstrated how well coordinated are, and especially, as you mentioned, I think one of the most important things, despite the fact how good all the pilots are of this team, because all of them are top level, Julien Garcia also is, and well, we know how he is on the ground as well, controlling and giving instruction. So definitely is such a good example to follow. Lucaman recovering little by little, but he is just holding those 200 meters, passing 240 meters now. This is a soft medium lift.
The question on the chat has just been, will Team GB hold on? Well, that's a very good question, because their top scoring pilots, one of them is in way behind, but they've got Martin Long and Sebas Ospina in that gaggle that's in sort of the second wave after the breakout pilots of Honoré Armand, Luc Armand. But that second big gaggle with all the big, not all the big names, but a lot of the top 10, the Brits have got 2 pilots in there.
Well, the thing is now with the drift that both Luc Armand and Honoré Armand they have, is taking them right away to the next on point, even though they're a bit of ideal, optimized direction. And they're climbing, so as long as they continue climbing and holding this drift, it's not that bad for them. The only thing is once they arrive, they need to change completely the direction towards northwest, and now is when they're going to struggle again in this final turn point approach, because it will be more into the wind. And we know, thanks to the MIG director, that especially you get low, you can find a strong wind, and also you're going to drift, and it's not going to help you at all. Look, come on. Climbing softly, about to reach 900 meters. The group just making the move on, passing 11, no, almost 1200 meters.
Okay, further back, Dylan Mansley, Eliega, Fran Reina have managed to climb. They're now at a decent altitude, and they're gliding. Nuno has made the break before them, but and he's on a ridge, but not very well. He's at 1,157 meters. Fran Reina's at 1,200, and they're going to try and, well, they've managed to get themselves out of that hole that they were in, very, very low.
Well,
but they're back in action.
Look, where are they? They're back here.
Yep.
Basically. They needed to come back here to the main hill of Pegalajar to try to keep themselves alive.
I can see them. Sorry, we're just turning around to have a look, because we can't normally see them on the course line, but we're actually looking at some pilots very high. I'm sorry if you're looking at the back of our heads, but it's just such a novelty for us to actually see some of the competition pilots after the start.
So this is how difficult the competition, the task is being today. Everybody's really struggling to hold more than, well, now the group that, we have 2 groups actually. We have, of course, Anaran, that's doing really well, passing 300 meters, 1,300 meters. Lucaman just trying to be reach those 1,100. We have a few pilots like Peter Budai with those 15, and he's climbing. He has a very good line there, passing 1,600 and climbing and not stopping. And now when it's going to stop, I'm sure that the group just behind on the west side, they also spotted him, because all of them, they are 1,300, but it's still turning together. Oh, the one that Peter has is pretty good, actually. It's pretty solid, and it's definitely climbed faster than anyone around.
I'm really interested in what's happening with the team tactics for France, because Jonathan Marin and Maxime Pinot are together. And first Honoré was following Luc, but I mean, look how far Luc's going ahead.
Yeah. And he's not high at all.
No, but pushing.
No, definitely he is. But look, I don't really understand this. So Peter obviously has a really nice one, passing on. It's going to pass 1,800. Really solid one. Nice turns in there. And the group, I'm sure the group, they are spotting him. They can reach that thermal whenever they want. And they're not doing it. They're holding their position and then working together. That's okay. But that could make a difference. Jean Jerez, Honoré from the south. When almost 1,500, Peter just I think he can make 1900 in a moment. Yeah, he's just there. In this turn, when he turn again, it's going to be 1900. Onaran is the one, if he wants, he's going to want to intercept Peter Budai. And now, okay, now the group is joining. I'm passing what Peter Budai was, so I wonder now they're going to find also that one. Droya Asvaha is opening a bit away from the group. Let's see if he decides just to put distances. Sebas Ospina, this appearing now from the southwest. Roya Advaha leaving the group. Peter Budai reaching 1900 meters. Maxime Pinot also is appearing out from the group, but is returning, I think, on 1600. Peter Budai, yes, leaving, going away, but when he's beyond 1800 meters. And let's see in the meantime, Lucaman on his own, 372.75 is another lead, so maybe, I don't know, Jess is at the moment is a important distance between him and Honoran. In terms of tactics, I mean, if it's about to scout the terrain for Honoran, at the moment is quite a distance, but Maxime Pinot is on the way. Julian Bird behind Maxime Pinot now. Jonathan Maring also heading out.
Constance also in that gaggle.
Okay,
so the French trying to work together to bring their guys on. They really do want to win the nation rankings.
Yeah. Let's go just quickly to the main here in Pegalar. If we can, I'm not spotting anybody at the moment just behind me. But definitely Aaron Mitchell, Joanna Cocotte, Francisco Reina, Dylan Mansley, many pilots are just trying to hold and recover. For example, I can see Marchitan, Ovidio, 2,100 meters. So I think it's the first time so far in the task today that I see somebody beyond 2,000 meters.
Sebas and Honora are in the same thermal, climbing. If Sebas wants to get back to second spot, he has to stay with Honora.
Okay.
He can't leave him. And meanwhile, other pilots are overtaking them. Ernesto Nostrosa, Michel Gillach, Steve Cox.
I think we are now
Pierre-Remy.
10 minutes or 9 minutes for the 3 hours of task.
Let's remind everybody what the task deadline is. It is 16:30.
All right.
Let me just confirm that. Yeah, task deadline is 16:30. No, so what am I talking about? 18:30. We're already past 16:30. It's been a long 2 weeks. So they have to report by 18:45. So they've only got barely over an hour left to complete this task. The people at the back, we may again have a situation where some people don't make it around the whole course. So we have the gaggle gliding.
Just trying to not to lose that group out ahead when we have basically all front pilot Lucaman just arriving that point, and it's 1200 meters
with Peter Budai and Roger Aschbacher from Switzerland. Maxime and Julian Wirtz are about to get there.
And before that happened, Peter Budai has decided to stop and keep climbing there. in that place. Roya Archvaher, 1100 meters for him, arriving to the next turn point. Luca Mann, after arriving the turn point, finding a thermal there. Maxime Pinot, 1100 also for him, and he has now many references there just to choose where I want to go. We lost track in Julien Berth at the moment, but of course it's just there next to Maxime Pinot, and the group just on their glide to the turn point. Pierre-Remy, 1380 meters for him. Marcelo Sanchez in the middle, 1500. We're gonna have a rough look at the. This is official. It's just the current ranking. Remember, also now Flymaster taking account those leading points. So that is an approximated ranking that we have. Luca Mann, Peter Budaj, Roy Asvaher, Maxime Pinot, Julien Werth, Pierre-Remy, Ernesto Inestrosa, and Marcelo Sanchez, Dagny Granen, and at the 10th position, top 10, Honoran Amat. So just to have an idea what is going on.
Can I just remind people of the forecast? Because now that they've turned, they're heading northwest. The wind forecast at 1500 at 6 o'clock this evening when they're heading to goal is 18 kilometers an hour northwest at 1500 and 17 kilometers west at 2000. So this leg is going to be tricky.
Yeah.
Very tricky.
Very tricky, actually. Probably I'm gonna have a. It's a really short one. It's not really long, but as you did said, the thing is they're really going into the wind now, and it's gonna be windy. Or because of what we're spotting just before when they were drifting, sometimes the drift was quite important.
But also they're quite far south of the optimized course line.
Yeah.
So.
And
You know, and just to remind people at home, that huge radius that you can see, that's not the turn point. That's the line where they could change direction. The one that they actually have to go to is the darker line above.
Definitely.
So you know, if you've only been seeing the first line and think it's not that far, it's further than they would like. And I'm sure being so far off the south of the optimized course line,
Yes.
it's going to be interesting.
And of course, for those pilots that they needed to go until here, the main hill Pegalajar is even now harder just to try to go there to that turn point. Well, I can see every pilot that is here in that hill, all of them passing 2,000 meters. More and more pilots are arriving pretty low. Look at those.
Sorry, we're just going to have a wee look. Oh, yeah.
But they are more or less the same level, well, a bit higher than us, but not that much. Interesting. Really, really interesting. I might wonder if they're going to, because remember, is as you did said, is the window, the task window is going to finish in 1 hour.
Mm-hmm.
More or less. So I don't know if that's enough just for pilots that are currently here in that hill to just recover, reach the turn point and glide all the way to north and then go with this super sprint that's going to happen in goal or towards goal. Alright, let's go back to the head of the race. Peter Budaj in his way to the last turn point before goal. The same is climbing. No, he's not climbing at the moment. The speed again, 40, 41 is going to be tough. Long leg into the wind. Ronnie Helgesen, Michel Gerlach, Spike, yes, heading out after reaching the turn point. Big gaggle inside the turn point there. Nobody is, I can see all, well, Vladimir Vakanin, but everybody's in this gaggle, right?
I've got some more news four-time world champion Peter Slivowa is on the ground. I am going to ask for a safety level update
Okay.
and see what the safety level consideration from the safety committee is.
Drifting inside to the east, gently northeast now. This massive gaggle, around massive medium gaggle, about 30 something pilots, but definitely the pilots that they won, and they have something to say in this final task fight for the podium in the different categories.
Sorry, just as a silly aside, my phone was on Spanish, and this is the second time this has happened to me. I'm texting Inigo, trying to say safety level ? And it comes out as safety lovely. So he must be thinking I'm insane. So I'm waiting for the level from Inigo to see if everybody still considers the conditions safe. We've certainly had more bomb outs than in any task so far.
Yeah, so far. Definitely.
But it's a windy task today also. It's
definitely, yes. Well, I can see now in this goggle, just they moving ahead, I can see different heights between 1500, 1600, some of them up to 1900. But look at the speed, definitely is windy. Definitely is windy. It's going to be really difficult to overcome this leg. They don't go faster than 40, 37, 36. It's windy, that's for sure. They're going to struggle a lot to move and to go through on the way to the last turn point. Wow. Look, they're really moving really slowly.
further back. Fran Reina is at nearly 2,000 meters and gliding and trying to keep up, and he's managed to get out along with Dylan Mansley, Nuno Virgilio. They've managed to pass that difficult section, and they're on their way to the next turn point.
Robert Berg is just arriving to the turn point. Vladimir Vakanin, Moorhead, but and climbing is I think, let's keep an eye now. Well, it's not really a big one. Spike is taking the lead of the group. Ronnie Helgesen a bit with him. But gee, there's the speed of the group. Is there something in between they are seeking? Of course, they're looking for something else that really worth it. Is being worth it to turn and to stay. But as they move, they don't really go fast at all.
And behind us, there's not many clouds. The clouds that we can see in the far distance are big. The ones that we can see ahead of us are getting bigger as well. I still haven't got a safety level, but I really, really hope that this task is not stopped.
Yeah.
That would be such a shame. It'd be really nice to actually see this task finished on the final day.
Definitely. Well, we got an update not far away from the meet director, actually, no, from the organizer, regarding the kilometers flown in this championship. And the message that we got is it has been 1,005 kilometers. That is something that is quite remarkable, I might say.
I mean, I think 10 tasks is remarkable. We're flying 1,000 kilometers.
100% basically of the task had been flown, in 10 days.
Well, no, we had the stop task yesterday.
Oh yeah.
So.
But they were flying nevertheless.
The task was set.
Yeah.
So just the fact that it was stopped and people didn't fly the whole task.
Amazing. But, I mean, in a competition like this, usually it's normal that they give you such many days because they assume there can be easily days they had to cancel, but it wasn't the case. So of course, everybody today is as well. They're happy to fly again, of course, but at the same time, they're also tired.
I'm just reading on the chat, Clement Negelen saying that Constance is still in the front gaggle. You know, she could just put her feet up today. She doesn't have to do anything. She's already champion, but she's there with the French team supporting them. You know, and the more French guys they can get at the front to help them out, the better.
Exactly.
Okay, I've got a safety update. It's level 1, safe to fly. In Jaén, the wind was very strong at the lower level, but before and after Jaén, it was okay, no problems. It's 12 to 14 kilometers an hour.
All right.
And at Goal, they have 15 to 20 kilometers an hour northwest.
Northwest.
So it's going to be very hard to get up to the next turn point.
Yeah. Well, we
But
can see with the drift they are getting into again the radius of the cylinder of the turn point where they reached it just before.
But I repeat, the task is deemed safe. It's level 1. We continue.
Well, then they have to, because we're passing 3 minutes for 3 hours of task. Remember, the end of this task, the window that not allowed to be flying beyond that is in an hour. But now most of the pilots in this group, they are above 1700 meters, but I didn't see anybody that want to dare to push at the moment. This is how difficult it's going to be. Roger Eichwacher. No, he's not. He's just returning. Or maybe he is still in doubt. Moving out. Joan Ball. Joeri Ball. He's also 1750 meters. Is not a bad position to try to move away. The gaggle continues, just working together, passing a few pilots, 1800. We lost track on pilots like Honoran and a few others. Maxim
Peter
Pinot.
Budai, who was at the turn point first with Luke. We've lost data for him. We don't know.
Okay. Honoran, Maxim Pinot, heading out of the group. Stikov, Julien Verth, Marco Busetta, Jan Jares, making the move. And immediately reaction when just they're trying to still climbing. Maybe they're aiming to reach those 2000 meters, but I don't know if in that area they're going to be able to do so.
Well, I also wonder at what point we'll notice that they're realizing the time.
Yeah.
And that, you know, you need to get as far as you can.
Yeah.
Before the clock stops at 6:30 this evening.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting also to see when we start seeing the moves forward.
Definitely.
Gosh, what an exciting task for the final day. It's incredible. And just to have a recap of who's in that front gaggle. Darko, Philip Haak, Sebas Ospina, Ernesto Enestrosa, Ferry Fogel, lots and lots of pilots who we said this morning had to be in the front gaggle. They couldn't be left behind if they wanted to either maintain the position or advance.
Yeah, because they are fighting not only for those second or third position, just overall, also the nation It's really open as well. So, Great Britain,
Estamos a
Germany,
16 kilómetros de
Austria.
terminar la prueba y a 1850 metros.
Well, let's have a look at the Spanish team.
Right, we have live pictures from Chero that's speaking about how it's going on.
Kilómetros de terminar la prueba y a 1850 metros. Tenemos casi 20 por hora de viento en cara. Así que nos toca luchar. ¡Vamos!
Well, I just zoom out just to have a better overview of what's going on. It's incredible to see how many pilots are landed. We never saw that so far in any task all on the competition. It's incredible just to see more and more and more pilots just bomb out and landed. Incredible. This is how difficult the task is today.
But the gaggle's broken. They're on their way.
Yeah, they are.
Joël Ribal from Belgium is leading the pack.
Ronnie Helgeson.
Closely by Ronnie Helgeson, the second oldest competitor in this race from Norway. Legend. The French are in there. Julien Wirtz is pushing. Pierre-Remy. And the others have to keep up. Maxime Pinot's in the front. In the front, sort of 5 or 6. Actually, I can confirm that. Yeah, Honorant and Maxime are in the top 3 of that group. I'm still getting Peter Budaj as ahead. If his live tracker's working again. So, Joribal is gliding at 39 kilometers an hour, 40 now. So, I mean, the wind isn't at the altitude that he is at 1,600 meters. It's not that bad. 42 kilometers, 43 kilometers now, 45. Increasing his speed. I'm putting a little bit of distance between him and the gaggle, but they're all following him.
Wow.
Now the guys at the back as well, Marcelo, Ernesto Enestrosa, Sebas, Juraj Vidic, are all now on glide as well, trying to chase the leaders and not let them get too far ahead.
There's a difference in between the head of the race and just the group behind it around 300 meters. That's quite a thing, especially if you are gliding head to the wind. Yes, this advantage just could be really important in order to reduce distances. So let's see how bad this group just behind the head of the race they can perform in this glide. Joe Rivali is basically just caught by the group. Julien Wirth is with him and potentially is going to cut and maybe overtake him eventually. Marco Busetta just behind Julien Wirth. Maxime Pinot is also just in those first position of the race. I suppose. Yeah, this now that okay, we can see Braun Manzona braking and turning, but notice that at the moment nobody really wants to go there. So obviously Federico, if this doesn't have any good enough, is returning. Normally that kind of maneuver costs you to lose a few positions because those pilots are moving ahead. Marcelo is overtaking pilots on the west side, trying to catch up with the head of the race, higher than the rest, as losing the 1700 meters but the rest, the head of the race is around 1200 meters. So that gives him a little bit of advantages to fly faster and catch up. So he's 43 when the head of the race is 30.
And Fran and Dylan have now got into the turn point cylinder, and they're now heading north as well, northwest.
Alright. Well, the head of the race again slowing down, turning to the right, open turn for Joy Rival. Julian Vert just moving to the northeast, non-stopping. Let's see what reaction the Gaggle has. Marco Busetta chasing Julian Berth, and Jonathan Marin choosing Marco Busetta. Just a few pilots decided to stay there when all little group just go chasing Julian Berth, which is now changing again the course northwest. Nothing is happening. Not really climbing in there. Julian Berth and Marco Busetta. Now Jonathan Marin and Ronnie Helgesen. They found a small hill that now the wind is just reaching that hill. Let's see if it's working for them. It's working, and they're climbing on top of that hill, on front of the hill where the wind is arriving to this hill. So, but not really climbing that much. Softly. So let's see if they're going to stop in that hill or they're going to continue that line. Mainly olive trees as usual. Not really big differences with the terrain. So I expect it's much more about dynamic, because we know how strong the wind could be here. They're going to basically towards where the goal is, but remember they need to continue. They need to go to the northwest to reach the last turn point. It's not that far anymore, but the problem is that this is the hardest leg so far.
Okay, Julia Jaus from Germany has landed. But can I give a shout out to Magdalena Janaway, who's on an ENC glider in the zone that downed so many people near Jaén, and she's valiantly battling on to try and get that turn point. She's still got half the race to go, but she's on her own there, but she's still climbing, now heading for the turn point. And what an effort.
Definitely. Well, in the meantime, Marcelo just managed to become second at the moment. He made an incredible push from the west side and joining the group because he was higher. Now taking a much better position when he has a Roya Eichbacher behind him and only Julian Bird just in front of him, when Julian Bird is fine at 600 meters above the ground, 1,000 meters in total. Marcelo is higher, Roya Eichbacher is a bit gently high as well, but now reducing speed, flying again around 36, 38. Remember, they are facing the hardest leg of the task. They are heading where the goal is, but remember, they need to overpass this and continue gliding towards northwest in order to reach the last turn point, and then yes, they need just turn around and go downwind as fast as they can in this really hard task of today. Just we are passing. Well, they only have 45 minutes to finish the race, so let's see if this is enough for them. Julian Wirth, 530 meters above the ground. Marcelo Sanchez, 790 meters. Roy Eichbacher, Dagfin Granen, Sinan Kalskan, Pedra Dudik, Dylan Segler, Maxime Pinot. We have live images from the air. Well, actually, they are not from the air, but there's how they are spotted, how the TAT is spotted. And we can see those clouds just behind them, but just to remind you, those clouds, they are quite away. They're not a problem. They're not big development at all along the task, where the TAT is happening.
So Marcelo has overtaken Roger Aschbacher.
Yeah, he is currently in the second position. Julian Wirth on the left, Marcelo on the center, Roger Aschbacher on the right. I think Roger is the highest at the moment, 1300 meter for him, 1060 for Marcelo. Julian below 800 meters. They are chosen by Daphne Granen, Henvit Penaker, and Sinan Kalskan, Dylan Segler, Maxime Pinot, Pedra Dudik, Martin Lon. But yet again, let's check on the speed. 25, not even 30 kilometers an hour. That is 36 for Marcelo. 47. Okay, we see a reaction on Roger Aschbacher taking position ahead, trying to overtake Marcelo. And zooming out, Dylan Mansley, and if I expect if Dylan is here, maybe we should be able to find, well, Nuno, for example, Aaron Mitchells, Francisco Reina.
Nuno was low a minute ago.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find him. No, still flying, but at 25 meters. No, he's climbing. 31. Nuno is still in the game.
Wow, Nuno! Look at that. How many low saves we're gonna spot today? It's amazing.
They're like cats.
Wow.
They've got 9 lives today.
All right, getting closer to the final top point. They're not far, but remember, today every meter that it's a big fight because the wind.
They just have to get round into the turn point. As soon as they can turn,
It's
they
going
can
to
just
be
blast
crazy.
that goes. But let me remind you, they've only got just over half an hour to go before the task deadline.
Wow. Okay, Julian Wirth in troubles now. 165 meters for him. Also, Marcelo Sanchez getting low, 350 and 40, and Roya 600. All the pilots just behind, just getting low, 400, 600, 500 meters. So they really need to find something now.
And the chasing gargle stopped and are thermaling.
All right.
Maxime Pinot,
Yep.
Dylan Segler, and Esteban Estrosa going to soon be joined by Daniel Turcos, Jura Vidic, Heli Eichholzer, Martin Long making a break for it. Britain needs their 2 pilots to perform, and Dylan's behind, so Martin Long's going to have to go the distance for Britain.
Yeah. Well, let's see, because obviously any turn in here, probably it could cause a lot. If they don't really climb in strongly there. Wow, look at the drift of Jonathan Marin. That was huge.
So Roger Aschbacher from Switzerland still pushing forward. overtaken Julian Wirtz. Mind you, Julian's only 68 metres above the ground. But, yeah, starting to...
Wow,
to
Julian
turn.
Wirth now in trouble, really in trouble. 70 meters for him, below 70 now. Facing Dwin. I think he's playing the last card he has at, I don't know, with this at the edge of the hill. Marcelo Sanchez is also really low and is struggling. Roy Archbacher just arrived higher. Okay, I don't know, Julian Wirth is going to... Let's have a look at the terrain there. Okay, this is an open field with no olive trees. 30, 40 is not really climbing in there. Marcelo also trying to head out of this olive trees field. Roy Archbacher is climbing. So is Marcelo, and so no, Julian Wirth is not, but Marcelo, come on, he has something.
Okay, the gaggle that was turning,
Yep,
they've stopped.
they push him.
They're gliding.
Okay. Roy Archbacher not really having something to turn, but trying to survive in this zero.
Luc Amand is making his push.
Marcelo climbing. Okay. If he continue with this, he's going to recover. Let's have a look to that group. Lugaman. 340 meters. Helier Holzer. Same. Steve Cox. Pierre-Remy. This is it. This is just the group also making the move. All of them, they are not really high. All of them are quite low actually. No of them are not even 1,000 meters.
If we look at the ones right at the front, there's Sinan Kaliksan from Turkey and Dagfinn from Norway. Those are certainly not names that we've seen at the front so far. So they're really last task. They're going for it super strong.
Yeah, Marcelo Sanchez recovering from this low save.
Julian Wirtz has landed.
It was
A suicide glide.
Yeah.
He's landed. Julian Wirtz, yesterday's stop task winner, is on the ground.
And we are 35 minutes for stop the task with the end of the window. Not stop the task, sorry, I correct myself. It's not about to stop the task, just to finish the flight.
Task deadline.
Exactly, task deadline, thank you.
Roger Eschbacher is coming back. He's actually heading back.
Yeah.
And look at the difference in the drift. Let me just check his 58 kilometers an hour coming back.
Wow. Well, Roger definitely is like, I don't want to be alone. Wow.
Maybe he's just feeling the need for speed.
We don't have, maybe we can ask, I don't know, for, again, any level update on safe condition?
I shall check.
Because this chain from Royer is really strained as well. It's getting really low. But they're gathering together, everybody in this gaggle. More and more pilots.
Yeah, Roger, from being so far ahead, is flown all the way back to join the gaggle.
Well, so is Constance just arriving to that gaggle too.
Francisco is making his way up there as well.
Yeah.
Slowly, pushing up there.
Very good.
I mean, if they can, they might as well. We're only 35 minutes away from task deadline, so it's soon time to make some moves. So I'm going to have a check at the further back along the course, how it's going for people there. Okay, Nuno Virgilio landed. He was our Task 3 winner.
Wow.
Eliega still going.
Good. Really good for
Yep.
her.
Got the next turn point and heading up to the gaggle. Iturbe still going,
Wow. Okay.
but he's at 4 meters. He won't.
4 meters.
4 meters.
Okay. Now,
Now
it's
2.
landing.
He's going to land.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. He's landed.
Look at that. This gaggle just moving like crazy towards east. Southeast, I must say, is that will allow that basically Fran Reina, others just heading from the south are going to reach them. Well, all climbing slowly. I can see 1, 2 pilots above 1,000 meters. One is Sin and Kalskan is 1,100 meters. But as soon as they push again, they're going to. Yeah.
Apologies. Iturbe's in the car. So
Sorry.
we just didn't spot him landing before.
We lost Flymaster again.
Oh no.
Yeah. Just
No.
right now, on front of my face, just we lost our Flymaster again. Oh, all
Well,
right.
I was looking at Magdalena Janaway from Britain, and she made that turn point. She's on an ENC glider. She's on a Photon. And she was climbing, got to 400 meters in that very difficult zone near Jaén, battling on. So very impressive. Very impressive for her to keep going. So at the moment we can bring you no updates because we have no information. So when it comes back, it'll be a surprise for us as well. Well, let's try and give you an update of where people were. Roger Aschbacher was ahead, and then Julian Wirtz, Marcelo, Luc Amon, Peter Woodeye. So I mean, the people at the front who were neck and neck were Maxime Honorin, Sebas Ospina, Tilen Segler, and Darko Stankovsky. They were in the top 5. They needed to keep at the front. Constance Metetal has already won the women's classification. Eliega, we know, is still at the front, ahead of Anka Tabara. So I don't think anything will really significantly change there. It would have to be very surprising. I mean, we're only half an hour from task deadline on the final task. We've had a lot of big scalps go that have landed early. The main contenders are still going though. Well, Julian Witz has landed, but Julian Witz wasn't a scoring pilot for the French team. The 3 guys that they need to possibly get in is Maxime Pinot, Honoré Normand, and Pierre-Remy. And they're 150 points behind Great Britain. Great Britain needs to not lay on its laurels. They need to get their guys as close to goal as they can, or into goal, even better. But we have no live information for you because Flymaster's down. I mean, what a moment for Flymaster to go down.
Come on.
Like
No, that's not fair.
it's like the worst cliffhanger ever.
No.
I mean, we've been commentating on this race every day. Well, not me. I missed the first 2 days, or the first 3 days. But, since then, we've been commentating on this together. And we've been waiting for this moment to find out how this super tight race for the top 5 places is going to pan out. And now we're in suspense along with the rest of you.
Well, but this is it. There's nothing we can do. So, maybe we're going to be patient and hopefully crossing our fingers just for Flymaster to be back. And until then, I think, that's it. We're going to take it also like a little break and
A tiny one. I mean,
exactly.
I'm just going to quickly run to the smallest room that there is in the bar, and
all right.
but we'll come back really quickly because
Yeah.
if it switches on, we want to be
We
here
will
to see
we
the
will be
action.
ready for sure. Okay. Until then. Well, here we are again. Let's see if we can make it until the end of the race. Just to give you a quick summarize here. We are less than half an hour for the deadline. And wow, okay, look, Aman just landed on a run. Okay, really interesting. Marcelo is climbing here on a run. I don't know, but I think looks like it's going to land as well. is 30, 60, 24. Keep an eye on him. Maxime Pinot, 100 above the ground. Heli, 90. Marcelo climbing, but not really. Okay, I think that's going to be... I don't think we're going to see the end of the race, to be honest.
I've got news from Team Britain. Dylan Mansley and Martin Long are down.
Yeah, okay. That's it. I think this is the last thing they're going to see from this race. Onoran just made it and is landed. Ellie is about to land as well. Maxime Pinot, 43. Marcelo trying to get altitude. And I suppose to push ahead as much as he can to try to, I don't know, to come, I don't know.
Dylan's down.
Dylan's down.
Dylan Segler's landed.
Okay, yeah, okay, got it, yes. Marcelo and Sinan Kalskan, 200. Maxime Pinot also going down. He's about to land. And that's it. This is going to be the end of the race. Really difficult. Nobody's going to make it today into goal.
Darko is at 24 meters.
Okay, still Marcelo is climbing.
Peter Budaj is still at 170 meters.
Yep. 170, even, well, he's climbing actually there.
Maxime Pinot is on the ground.
We lost tracking with Eliel Holzer, but he was 50, so we assume by now he should be landed.
Darsko Skankowski is down.
It's like sounds like a very dramatic movie.
Yeah, I mean, who have we still got up in the top 5? Where's Sebat?
Okay. Well, he's going. He's doing good, but this Nagagol not so far. 1,000 meters for him. Drifting in the gaggle with Alvaro Romero and many others, but drifting, quite hard away. I see Ferdinand Fogel.
Philip Haag.
Yep.
Juraj Vidic. No, we've got no data from Juraj.
Okay.
Okay, so we've still got some contenders in the air. They're not all down yet.
No, and they're moving. They are making their move now. A few.
But it looks like everybody at the head of the race is now down. Turkish pilot Sinan as well. He was still at 100 and something meters last time I had a look. Well, Peter Budaj and Sinan Kaiskan is still at over 200 meters.
Yep.
And they're circling.
Yeah.
Wow, it'd be amazing if a Turkish pilot won this task.
Why not?
That would be
Why
fantastic.
not?
I'd be really thrilled.
Yeah.
Really thrilled.
In the meantime, just one of the big contenders, Marcelo Sanchez, still is in the air, just drifting away, losing altitude, not really climbing, but yes, but no. Every turn, I think, every turn for him now, the moment is quite a battle. When he's, yes, it's not really strong, anything solid in there. And the drift is not helping at all. Jan Jar is on his way. What is it? 90 meters above the ground.
Looking at where Honorin and Maxime landed, Maxime got that bit further, so the lead-out points will make the difference between those two.
Yeah.
Who got the lead-out points during the course line. And they were so bunched together most of the time, I couldn't really get a handle on who would have had more lead-out points out of the two.
It was really difficult to see today.
And especially because we've had the Flymaster down twice now in this task. So Peter Budaj and Sinan Kaliskan from Turkey still going. And they're still climbing.
Okay. I think that could be for Marcelo. because now it's trying to. Okay, let's let's see. Check the terrain for him. I think it's trying to find a terrain. He's going to land in this truck, maybe, because I don't know. It's going to make it. That's going to be the end for him. I wonder how it's going to affect the race, because nobody is going to make it. I'm sure we are almost 50 minutes away for the task deadline.
What I can tell you is from the race direction is that it's still level 1. The wind is not being taken into consideration for safety. But the task deadline, as you know, is 18:30, so we're less than 15 minutes away. So the pilots just have to try and fly as far as they can now. But against a very strong headwind.
Yeah. Well, let's keep an eye on Peter, but we confirm that Marcelo also.
But Peter
landed.
Budaj.
Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it? We have Zenan Kalskan, still 257 meters, moving ahead. We have Peter Budaj, 290 meters. That's really nice. And we lost track with Eliel Hauser, but he was pretty low, so we assume he's landed.
So Sinan Kaliskan is currently 110th from Turkey, one of our 2 Turkish pilots, and Peter Budaj is Hungarian. We tried to interview him, and they said you must interview him because he's the Hungarian superstar. We never managed to persuade him, but it's really good to see those 2 guys.
Definitely, yeah.
Just to see somebody completely different, probably going to win the race today. That's really nice. I think it's nice for a final task. If the big guys are down, then let's see somebody different from either Hungary or Turkey win the task, unless they get overtaken. But it's not looking.
That's not going to happen today. No. Especially we are 15 minutes officially ahead. For the end, the deadline. That's deadline. Sorry, and. I see Matteo Giuliani, Vladimir Bakanin, Thomas Drent. Thomas is about to land. If nothing really happens, it's 80 meters above the ground. Matteo and Vladimir and Federico Brown Manzano are 500 meters above the ground. Some of them are a few higher, but still, as soon as they move, I don't know how far they're going to make it. There's 50 minutes. Yes, that's all. The race is over. If we go to the ranking, this ranking that Flymaster offers out, and now that is quite accurate, but remember, it's not official at all. It says at the moment Maxime Pinot would be the winner of the race. Honorant second position, Luca Mann, Peter Budaj, Eliel Hauser, Roy Eiswacher, Darko Stavkovsky, and Marcelo Sanchez, Daphne Granen, and Julian Wirth, this closing this top 10.
Sorry, I'm just actually looking at the Flymaster live results that factor in leading points, and they've got Peter Budaj winning at the moment, ahead of Maxime Pinot.
Okay.
Just with a 0.2 points ahead. So, but Maxime ahead of Honorat by 1.8 points.
All right.
But those are unofficial results, so don't. The other thing about the results this evening is that they're not published straight after the task, because there has to be 2 hours for complaints or if there's any protests, so they can't be made official until 2 hours after the race deadline. So we're
Sinan Kasken still, yes, little by little. Look at the altitude they are climbing. But not, struggling a bit, but definitely the highest that were in that position. Peter Budaj getting a bit low, but is gently, softly climbing there.
Vladimir Bakanin from Serbia is 1,160 meters.
Yeah, and climbing.
Yeah, and climbing.
And climbing.
I mean, the drift's not helping, but
we are less and less. We have less and less time for this task. It's about to end. Almost 12 minutes. Basically 12 minutes now for this task deadline. Is going to be, well, really interesting to see those pilots still in the air why they decided to go for this final move and say, okay, let's see how far I can make myself. Matteo just moving ahead. Well, I wonder if actually Zenon Kaskan is going to make it, is going to reach the turn point. That could be something really nice to see, really cool.
I've just had news from Goal, where our colleagues from Cross Country Mag, Ed and Marcus, are, and I said to them, well, the second day they've gone to Goal and they've not been able to interview anybody, and they've said, we can send you some video of a massive brown field and windy flags if you want. So I don't think so.
Well, Zenon Kaskan just keeping approaching 35, 34 kilometers an hour. Yes, but losing altitude quickly as well. Peter Budaj, yes, struggling, not really moving. Away, 180, 100. Hey, this is now climbing also there in this hill. I wonder if they're going to push.
Oh, if he can get to that turn point, that
could be awesome.
Be so.
It's just there.
So
300.
Impressive. Go Turkey.
Yep. Go for it. Go for it. It's just there.
He's only got 6.7 kilometers to go in the whole task. If he gets the turn point and not too low, he could do this.
Of course. Because now you're going to fly like a jet. Alright. Below 300s above the ground. Yeah, it's just so close.
9 minutes to go. I think he's going to be timed out. That's the problem. Even if he does make it, it's going to be really, really tight with the time.
Alright. 10 minutes, 9 minutes. Just for that line. Zenon definitely is going to reach the last turn point. That's a fact. It's just there.
Matteo Giuliani landed. So now at the front, there's.
Come on.
Just Peter. Oh,
come on, Zenon. Come on. Come on, you there. I can't wait for Zenon to turn and to realize how fast it's going to glide down towards the goal.
Well, also how far and alone he is.
Oh, come on, speed up. Don't stop there. Oh, it's so close.
But he's still 220 meters.
Oh, look at the speed.
Of ground level.
Look at the speed. It's insane. Oh, come on. What's happening in there? Vamos, Zenon. But go in. I know what he's doing. Okay, he's going to use the field just in case.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to not go anymore into the wind. He go crosswind. It's easy for him. Going to make himself inside the reaching the turn point, and just in case it's really low, he's going to stay in the field and go for landing. Because this field has no olive trees and it's getting low. Ah, come on. Landing, no?
No.
In. Okay, he reached the turn point now. Okay, he got it.
We're getting cheers from the television man in our ears. Everybody's cheering for Sinan now. What a heroic effort.
Wow.
Go. And look, he's now gliding at 57 kilometers an hour. The difference
Yeah.
from going down to 13 kilometers an hour trying to push for the turn point. Turn, just go downwind. As
Yeah,
fast
well,
as you can.
yeah, but you look around and say, sorry, olive trees everywhere? I'm not sure about it. No, I think he's going to choose this. Okay, what's going on? Yeah, no, come on. Really? It's climbing.
And Peter Budaj
Look at the
is
tree. It's
200
insane.
meters. Peter Budaj is also trying to go for the turn point.
All right. Look at that. All right.
This is just
Peter
mad.
Budaj. Okay, go, Peter, go. That is lower than Sinan was. Who else in the fight for the? Okay, we have Federico Brombanzone, 500 meters above the ground. Vladimir Vakanin, 470. It's only less than, well, it's going to be 6 minutes for deadline. That's the deadline.
It's getting very windy here.
Yeah.
Very windy.
Yeah.
Right, Sinan's landed.
Sinan is, well, I don't think so. I think it's still 30 because the wind now is facing and the Flymaster is a bit confused. So it still is flying. But it's about to land. It is 20 meters. This is it.
Yeah.
Peter Budaj trying to be in this open field with no olive trees. Getting low, 100 meters. I wonder if they're going to push, but maybe it doesn't have enough altitude to make so. No, I don't think so. So going back, we have Federico Brombanzone, 525 meters. Vladimir Vakanin, 450. And who else just behind? Well, but really far. We have Steve Cox and many others that definitely not going to make it when we are 5 minutes for the task deadline.
Yeah, but Magdalena Janowy is still flying.
There you go.
She's on her ENC. She's still at 225 meters. I am in awe. Of
What
all
a
the people
day.
landed, and Magdalena right at the back. She's still going.
Okay.
Brilliant.
Okay, bro, excellent. What a day. Okay. 4 minutes 30 seconds for task deadline. Yeah, and Federico and Vladimir Vakanin overtaking those well, those pilots that were heading the race, and they are landed now. And I wonder if they're going to manage to leave this olive trees field that they have both ahead. I mean, they have altitude to try so, and it could be much better for them in order to go for a safe landing. There, 4 minutes.
Ronny Helgason is also still in the air.
No way.
Our 66-year-old Norwegian pilot who, if you missed the video, he says that his secret to a long, high-level competition career is a bit of vitamin C. A little cognac every night.
Oh, okay.
Brilliant. It's... and I mean, there's still a lot of people in the air, actually. There's still a whole gaggle going forwards towards the turn point. Daniel Tjurkas. Ernesto Inestrosa.
Some of them even 1,100 meters.
Yeah. I mean, they've only got a few minutes left. Heli Eichholz has landed. But, yeah, no, there's been a lot of valiant
All right, exactly.
endurance.
All right, we are 3 minutes for task deadline, and we're gonna have 2 more pilots able to reach the turn point. Yeah, I think they're heading what's going on there? Those are the pilot that managed to read that area the highest, and they go in now.
Well, Daniel's still going for it. Daniel Tyrkas from Germany.
All right.
At 277 meters. Pushing.
Okay, Don.
Eliega. 608 meters above ground level, pushing towards the turn point. So actually, the people who came from behind are going to overtake people like Maxime and Honorat.
Incredible.
I mean, lead-out points will obviously make a difference, but it's just...
But look at those. Look at these two. Vladimir Vakanin, Federico Brommanzona pushing down. Because remember, they're going to earn extra distant points because they're going to be closer.
And yeah, the speed that they're going now.
Yeah. Wow, they're trying to control. I don't really want. They really want to go as crazy when they are. Well, Vladimir is stopping and it's going to be. Oh no! Come on! Really, is climbing. He is climbing.
We've got less than 3 minutes to go in this entire competition. This is not the time to climb. Okay, going somewhere safe to land.
Yeah.
When you're that low, but to turn. Federico's doing the right thing, just to try and get as far as he possibly can.
Absolutely, I'm with you. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute for task deadline. And look, this squadron just overtaking all what it was the head of the race.
Sebas is just passing where Maxine has landed.
Yep. Saying hello.
Yeah.
And we are 30 seconds. And counting now. The race is about to be finished. So that's going to be really curious about the final score. How the, lead-ins or whatnot's going to define this end of the race. We do not have the time points to rate it. All right, it's going to be amazing. All right, 3, 2, 1, over. Okay, the race is officially stopped. Is over. Deadline for the task today. So from now on, the pilots, there's no reason just to stay in the air. What they have to do is just to find a nice place, or better they can find the goal for landing. Oh, that was insane. Really, wow. Really insane.
It wasn't what I was expecting.
No, absolutely. Nobody could expect something like it at all.
No, that was really, not what I expected at all.
Well.
So, this is the final task. We're at the end of the European Championships. We think that the 1,000 kilometers were set as tasks individually. They weren't flown because we had a stop task, but it was 1,000. As far as we know, failing any information from today, touch wood, it's been a really, really safe competition.
Yeah.
We had one mid-air that was not due to aggressive flying, just somebody having a big collapse and unfortunately crashing into somebody else. Both landed perfectly safely. Another parachute toss landed completely safely. We had an allergic reaction with an anaphylactic shock. He's fine. From what I saw in the live tracking, he was having a good day. I talked to him this morning and he said that he wasn't sure about flying yesterday, but he did, and it was the best thing he could have done. He landed, put a mask on, and is fine. So, no incidents as far as we know. Literally nothing. It's brilliant. That's like the best news of the whole competition for me.
And the thing is, the more day that you fly, that's it. The more chances that for anything to happen. And we have flown for 10 days, so that's something remarkable as well.
Well, we've had 10 tasks, but please remember that there was also the practice task. There was the unofficial practice task. Most people here have flown 12 days straight with the one rest day that we had.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's been a long competition. In most other places that aren't Pegalajar, you would get a few more rest days or stop tasks, but not here. It's been full on. Full on also for the race organisation and all the staff that have been working here. We're exhausted.
Completely, really tired.
Absolutely. Can I just remind everybody that we will not be bringing you an 8 o'clock update today. We need to go and prepare for the closing ceremony, the two of us. But it's been an amazing competition. I think everybody's... Well, we hope that you've all enjoyed our coverage. We will have the results for you later on this evening. We have to wait 2 hours in case there's any protests or complaints that have to be resolved. And these are our colleagues.
This is
this is the
people
television
behind
crew.
the camera that made possible that we day by day covering this event with you. So also a big thanks to all of them.
Carmen,
It was a big
Alberto,
applause.
Alfonso,
Alberto, Alfonso, and
the
Carmen.
best.
So big applause for them. Thank you very much, guys. That's been amazing. Has an incredible experience personally for me. In many ways, such a discovery, and yes, as she said, it's still the date is not over, because first we need to know what's happening with the score, but then after that we need to cover also this prize giving ceremony.
Yeah, but I think we deserve a beer.
I think so too, right? So
Yes.
I think this is exactly what I could do right now. Yeah.
Yes. So from us, thank you so much for watching. We've really enjoyed your company. We'll bring you. Well, the prize giving this evening will not be live.
No.
We would have to dismantle the whole television truck, and we can't do that in the time available. But it will be recorded, and you can check the results as soon as they're up. And see you at the next European Paragliding Championships.
Yeah, definitely. It has been a big pleasure. Thank you very much for watching.
Bye for now.